Hello, hello. I was muted. Hey, what's up, guys? Now for real. Today we have the Masters Colosseum 6 coming up. Let me just quickly craft a little bit of a thumbnail for it as well. I think that would be nice to have. Such an idiot. Oh, they're going live right now. Clem versus Serral will be the first match. Boy. All right. Hello. Hi chat, first time watching Starfield 2 is the favorite to win here. Actually, I'm not sure. I think it might be Clem. I'm sorry, we're just doing some of the logistics are being solved or being figured out on who's allowed to be in the lobby and who isn't. So it's always exciting. I always hope I am allowed to stay in the lobby. So the schedule is pretty simple today. It will be Serral versus Clem, Byun versus Dark, herO versus MaxPax, Into Cure versus Ragnarok. I think that's it for today. Then tomorrow we will have the lower bracket matches. Lambo versus the loser of Serral Clem. Then Byun Dark loser versus Rainer. Solar versus the loser of herO MaxPax. And Maru versus the loser of Cure Ragnarok. And then the day after, we have like 4 more matches from the lower bracket and 1 match from the upper bracket. And then from there on out, everything else going to be played in the weekend. So yeah, I'm kind of excited for today. I think the matches are really high tier. So yeah, I think it will be fun. I thought I had my phone on me so I could read the chat as well, but I must have dropped it somewhere. That's what it is. herO versus Max sounds great. Yeah, because that is great. It sounds great because it is going to be great. That's what's kicking off over here. All right. That's just what's kicking off. Actually, I want to have Serral in my thumbnail, I think. Serral SC2. See, this is how you know that I'm not quite loco yet. It's because I didn't think of that until now. It's usually a high tier play to have Serral in there at all points in your life. You can already hear the countdown as well. Here I am still struggling. Okay, Clem SC2. All right. Let's hop into our first game over here, my dear friends. I hope you all had a great night's rest and y'all is ready for what is known. Actually, is this best of 5 or best of 3? Let's figure that out first. As you can see, I'm a well-prepared man over here. Playoffs, all matches are best of 5. That is exciting. All right. In the bottom right, spawning as our red Terran player playing for Team Liquid. With a polar bear around the command center, it is Clement. And in the top left as our blue Zerg playing for Basilisk Gaming, it's Serral. Serral versus Clem. And these guys have played quite a bit in the past already. We've seen them fight. And I feel like the last few times Serral was the victorious one. Whenever it's very important, Serral tends to win. When it's just regular important, it feels like Clem ends up winning. So it just depends how important we believe this is. I think this is an important tournament. It's one of the only tournaments that's going on right now. And as a result, I believe that, yes, this is, you know, Serral's going to be slightly favored. That's what I think. You have the SCV Scout coming out. This is the Clem special. I'm expecting just standard triple CC Banshee play out of Clement. And out of Serral, I'm just expecting solid Zerg performance. He opened up with a What is this? Like the queen opener. So you're skipping links altogether. I think it's like a 15 pool or 15 hatch 15 pool, I think it is. It's like an over pool is what it's called. We'll get into the details later when he plays it again in the second game, most likely. Ooh. Clem is actually switching this up. Clem is really switching this up. He had some time to prepare, I guess. Is he gonna build a bunker here? No, he just patrolled to make sure no links were escaping. So the way that Serral is going to defend against the Reaper, rather than having to build links, is he's just going to be using his queen when it pops out. And this is a very secure way of dealing with everything. Another queen gets built in the main base over here. And Clem just straight up goes back home. This is a 3-Rex build. This is extremely uncommon to see out of Clem. I don't think I've ever seen this coming out of Clem. And as a result, I'm pretty sure that Serral has never seen it. Now, if this was another Zerg player, the Zerg player might make some assumptions. Be like, oh, I'm playing against Clem, most likely gonna be 3cc. They might cut some corners against these early game shenanigans. But Serral here, sending his Overlord around, and is probably going to get the scout on both of these barracks. That would be a huge scout. Absolutely massive. At the same time, Serral also opening with a 2-base build. Goes for a quick layer here. Has not started researching speed yet. And we see the Roach Warren being thrown down right now. So both players switching it up here in game number 1 from their standard type of performance that they usually, show us. His Overlord is still waiting. Most likely he's gonna go in at maybe, 345 or... I think maybe 430 is also a timing I've seen before. 345 might be too fast. Not a single unit, except for queens and drones, have been built so far this game out of Serral. Of course, Overlords as well, but we don't count that whatsoever. 42 workers to 29. The eco is banging over here. The third gas is mining as well. And I think that we might be looking at a 2-base Roach push. We're gonna see the Glial reconstitution, or the Glial reconstitution, which is the Roach speed. Clem, did he get the scout? Did not quite get the scout. I'm not sure if he saw the lack of a fourth gas as well, because then he might believe that this is Mutalisk. There is no pneumatized carapace, so this is just going to be a 0-0 Roach timing. Now, you could look at this and think to yourself, well, Harstem, this is hella all in. And that might be true, but right now it's actually a very solid defensive tool. I think this is almost a build order win here for Serral, as long as he continues building Roaches right now, rather than building drones. Clem is gonna hit on the other side of the map with 18, 19 Marines. Serral is spreading creep in the middle of the map. I think he doesn't quite understand what the timing is, which is surprising, because Serral usually is very timing aware. He's adding 7 more Roaches, gonna go up to 13. Serral is too far out on the map, I think. Maybe he wants to bait out a stim early on, but that's actually fairly dangerous. I don't think he wants to bait out a stim early on. I think he needs to defend right now. Is this enough Roaches right now? Well, I don't think so. Clem is gonna move in here. Serral way too far forward. He's gonna lose a bunch of these Roaches. He's gonna lose a Queen and an Overlord. I honestly believe that if Serral had just moved slightly further back, his position now would be much, much better than it currently is. It still is a good position. I still do believe that he is winning in this game currently, but the fact is there's no upgrades for either player. There is a 3rd CC on the way for Clem as well right now, and if Clem doesn't take any serious damage against this Roach counterattack, which I don't think Clem really should take any serious damage, well, in that case I think he will be just fine. Yes, he's going to need to play tanks, which is not his ideal composition, but at the same time, Serral, what is he gonna do? I'm not so sure. He's just building more and more Roaches of 58 workers currently. That is somewhat surprising. Adds 9 more drones. 4th base going down very late, of course, and 1-1 starts, and it's about to start for Clem as well. The second eBay is ready to start researching in a second or so. So the first tank should be... Oh, it's being pooped on. I was like, I thought I already saw that first tank in production, and I had. It's just that the Overseer stopped that for a second. Serral opting to go for the Tunneling Claws as well as the Budo. That is kind of interesting. Usually people that play Tunneling Claws believe that they're behind, so... I'm not entirely sure how much I share that analysis of this current situation, that Serral is, behind. 66 workers to 53. His eco is better. His creep spread does suck, and his queen count is extremely low. I think that is something that I haven't quite wrap my mind around yet is that Serral's creep spell is actual garbage at the moment. And it's not because he is bad mechanically. No, it is probably because he only has 1 queen for spreading creep. And soon there's going to be 0 queens for spreading creep as this 4th hatch is about to finish. And he's going to send the queen over there. Bit of a supply block as well here for Serral, who probably is just going to continue building roaches. Does have a bit of a transition ready with that circling speed perhaps coming out. Clem moves out on the map with 2 medevacs, plus 1 finishing up. It's gonna look for a 4th base that won't be here.
Upgrade.
Do believe that roach is going to end up dying, which is nice. And then we have a lift up in towards the main base. Is Serral going to be in position? He's gonna scout it at some point. He's gonna anticipate it as well, so that's nice. Infestation bit already on the way. Worker count is now very, very close. Tunneling claw units moving in. I think Clem has spotted it. Clem definitely has... Oh, he's seen it on the roaches. He hasn't seen the roaches pop into the main base. There's 4 going to be going towards the main. 3 popping up in the natural as well. Turrets are just a tiny bit too late here. So unfortunate there for Clem as well, these roaches are dealing a fair amount of damage. 5 workers so far, but it's not huge. It's nice, but it's not huge. Another move in. This is going to get spotted by the turret that is over here, and the double tanks are going to start firing. There's a bunch of marines on the high ground as well. Clem needs to defend, and he needs to defend properly. He's going to lose 1 tank on the high ground. 171 supply against 151. And Serral, I think, has committed to this a lot harder than some people might have thought. For example, I didn't think he was going to commit this hard to the play. He's right now only on 72 workers, pure roach infester. He hasn't really dealt the damage that he needs to. There's going to be double factory tank production coming out. There's 3 tanks out already. That's going to ensure that Clem is safe, at least for now. Unless he takes a massive bio hits into the face. He's not really controlling this army right now, which is bad. Bunker is going to fall as well, but the tank in the back is providing a lot of value, as always is the case. Tank's just so freaking valuable against these heavy roach armies out of Zerg. We have a hive, we have a Hydra den, but we're only on 4 bases. We don't have 8 gas yet, so this transition is going to be difficult to do quickly. Like, eventually the transition will happen, but it's going to be a very tough one. Especially because at this point Clem is nearing max, and at that point, well, could perhaps decide to move out. And if he decides to move out, a maxed out army, I think Serral will need to build some Vipers first. Oh, this is a massive load up in towards the main base. Serral is completely unaware of this. There are enough tanks at home as well. There's 4 tanks here. If they're sieged up, I don't think Serral can break. Is there any tanks in this? No, there's no tanks in this. This is all bio. Pure Marine Marauder. And I think this hive is going to get sniped. And maybe even worse, these Evo Chambers might get sniped. That would be a huge play. I think Evo Chambers priority here. At the same time, we do have the counterattack. He's not going to go for any of the buildings. Just actually wants to fight this army straight up. That might also be a good call, because there's just not enough army. Hive gets slaughtered. Clem at the same time moving towards the middle of the map is a move that I don't entirely appreciate here. It's going to take out so many workers, though, that it might not even matter. He took out the hive. He's going to take out another hatchery. There's roaches in the main base that are going to get cleaned up right now. I still feel like taking out the hive and the Evo Chambers, as well as the initial 50 workers, probably would have been perfect. If these Evo Chambers go down still, that would be huge. +2 gets denied. Carapace is going to finish up. That is important, as the Marine has a very high rate of fire. Yeah, now it's too late, Clem. Could still go for that Lurker then, though. Or could come back for that Lurker then. Not a single Viper has been built, as the Ravager Ball is going to connect with those medevacs. This was a huge move out of Clem. I think it could have been better, but I also believe it's good enough. Massive drop that Serral just didn't see coming at all, which is very uncommon, because Serral is the person that usually sees everything coming. He's the king of anticipation. There are a couple of roaches here in the main. He's gonna try to hit this army. Isn't quite going to succeed. 2-2 upgrades versus 2-1, or 1-2 it actually is. Clem decides he can fight this, and well, he's gonna fly through a couple of biles. Actually, biles killing the Overlord there is kind of funny. The tank count continues to grow, and without Hive here, life is going to freaking suck. Lurkers are in production right now. Those are Lurkers without the seismic spines, without the adaptive talents. So we usually call them crap, because they don't deal a whole lot of damage. Well, they deal the same amount of damage. They just can't reach. -2 range on those Lurkers is not quite how you want them to be. We have the tank siege up right now on the 5th base location, although there is no 5th yet. I think Clem is probably planning on pushing towards the left side base. And Serral will try to get that defensive setup going. Burrows the lurkers into the ground right now. And says it's time to go. Gonna lose the lurker then. It's gonna lose the Hydra then as well. As well as the spawning pool. And Clem is just running in. He's like, hey, these lurkers are fun. It's only 8 range, mate. I can fight that. That's no problem. I have 5 tanks in the back as well. It's gonna slowly, well, actually not even slowly. He's just gonna leapfrog forward at a very high pace. 4 tanks at a time. And I just don't think there's very much Serral can do. I love this counterattack though. That is probably the only thing that he could do. And it is somewhat succeeding as well. If Serral manages to hold this and ends up killing 15, 20, 30 workers, which, well, it isn't quite looking like either, honestly. It could be okay, perhaps. He does need to crush that army. I feel like Clem is playing very improper, impatient StarCraft 2 right now. And he's taking way more damage. He's losing all of his tanks. And Serral makes a hold, as well as killing 20 workers. I'm not saying this is a game again, because the moment 3-3 ends up finishing up, Serral will be in a crap ton of trouble, but Serral might have one push here that could be scary to hold. Tank, a little bit out of position, is going to be ferried back in that medevac. 14 medevacs out. That means that out of the 87 army supply, 28 is stuck in those medevacs. Now, it's not necessarily bad, but it might give you a wrong kind of overview on this game. It might make you believe that Clem is actually in a better spot than he really is. Now, don't get me wrong, he's still in a fantastic spot. Once 3-3 finishes, I actually think this game might just end. Lurkers are slowly but surely heading in towards the main base in this crappy Overlord. As the double drop, yeah, just comes in clean. Takes out a couple of these Overlords. Will now start dropping towards the high ground. There's just nothing to deal with these units as anti-air. As the first lurker is in the mineral line. The second lurker was also in the mineral line. Now gets sniped. So this is pretty much it. Tank's a little bit out of position, or perhaps in the perfect position for Serral to snipe him. As Ravagers have burrowed rather than the lurker. That is a big error here, actually, out of Serral. Now realizes it. Is going to unburrow them. That looked kind of funny. But it's not great for him, obviously. Army supply still relatively close. And don't forget, the army supply, a lot of that still is going to be in those medevacs. We have these double medevacs with the 5 Marines. Now once again gonna redrop towards this base. Serral mining from 3 bases, while Clem is mining from 4. There is a hive done, which means that a Viper finally can be produced. But I'm not even sure if Serral really wants to invest into a Viper. He just doesn't have the cash. He finally has the tech, but he just does not have the cash anymore to build everything that he wants to in this game. And that is going to be an issue. We see Clem supply blocking the opponent as this game is about to come to a very sad ending here for Serral, in my opinion. As this hatch is going to get sniped. We see the pickup as well as the boost back. Both medevacs stay alive, but even if they hadn't, I think it would have been fine. 5th base now on the way for Clem. And yeah, I do believe... Oh my god, yeah. GG gets called. And that, my dear friends, is going to be it for game number 1 in this best of 5 series. Oh. Can Serral come back? No, he can't. He tried his best, though. He really did. It was way closer than it should have been. I think if you're a Serral fan, or if you're Serral, but I figure I go for Serral fan because it's more likely that you guys are Serral fans than actually being Serral. If you're watching right now, Serral, get back to playing. You're not supposed to be here. This is actually kind of an okay game. I don't think you're worried about this at all. Like, I think your build just sucked. Or his build just sucked and it didn't really work out. Like, I think he committed way too much into the roach attack, it felt like. And then Clem just went for a massive Doom drop, got very far ahead. And then the rest of the game, Serral honestly played a fantastic piece of StarCraft 2. So, yeah, I'm not so worried for this series altogether. I don't think we're going to see a trio sweep. Don't forget, Babylon also is the best Terra map. This was This was Clem's map pick. So, fairly decent. Just like my coffee, although it has gotten cold over time. Clem is my favorite player after Harstem. I think it's good to have a backup favorite player, especially if I'm your number 1 favorite player. I tend to get knocked out of tournaments pretty quickly, so if you're just watching for me, you're not going to have a very good time for a very long majority of the time. You're having a great time in the first round, maybe. But after that, not so much. Do you think Clem will go crazy when Banes get hit with -5 health nerf? Yeah, probably. having some issues setting up the lobby here, actually. I wonder why that is. But it is indeed what's happening. Yeah, they're still struggling with that lobby. Not sure why that is. It's actually kind of frustrating. Oh, they got it up. It's very important that I join instantly, because if the lobby fills up and you're not quick enough, you're just not getting in, you know? It's kind of mad like that. Harstem is my favorite Soccer 2 streamer with a YouTube channel with under 16k subs. He's currently streaming who happens to wear a hat. Dang it. Banelings were nerfed. Well, not in what we're watching right now, but they might get nerfed in the upcoming patch. Yeah. It's definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. A very serious possibility, even. I'd be surprised if the +2 thing doesn't go through. You know, the... What'd you call it? The +2 Bane thing. If that doesn't go through, I'd be very surprised. Like, actually very, very surprised. How come we're getting updates now? Is it because they heard the news about the new RTS games? What? I don't think so. I don't think that's the reason. Because honestly, most things were already at work before the new RTS games got announced. So it's most definitely not the reason. But it is fun to speculate. So I'll let you go ahead. Did you ever think about signing up for the Muppets? No, I honestly never really watched the Muppets. I watched Sesame Street. There's also Muppets in there, I think. You have the... Isn't the frog in Sesame Street? Are they called Bert and Ernie in English as well? And the big blue bird. What is that one called? Is it just called Big Bird? It might be yellow, though, in America. I remember the color being different in the Netherlands for some reason. For whatever reason. All right. We're here in game, my friends. Game number 2. Oh! Clem is actually opening up with what we like to call a double Rex Reaper. Or it's most likely going to be a double Rex Reaper. Clem once more opening up with that 15 hatch. So... really is kind of keen on that. So 15 hatch overpool. So you get the pool, then you do extractor, the overlord, you do extractor trick, build the pool, and then you're back to 14 supply, you insta-build 2 drones. You can skip links with this altogether. Serral has been super keen on it. It's quite strong against 2 Rex builds, it's quite strong against 3 Rex builds, so you don't have to worry about any of those early game shenanigans, which is obviously very cool. What is it weak against? Well, I think you have slower gas maybe, and it's harder to get a third base. I'm not sure if this is actually true. I think it's true though, and sometimes the only thing that really matters is that I believe that something is true. It's not a lie if I believe it's true. Okay? That's important. We're gonna get 2 barracks triple Reaper. I'm actually gonna run downstairs for a second. I'll give you the ward again. Didn't have to run downstairs. It was close by all along. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Wait, why is he building a high ground? Oh! Oh my god, this is so smart. He's a freaking genius. I love this move so much. I think it worked as well, the mind game. Oh my god, this is a gangster move. So, why did he build the CC on the high ground, you might be wondering. Look, look, look. The Roach Warren got cancelled. The trick semi-worked. Not entirely, but semi-worked. Because the Roach Warren got cancelled. Oh, this was actually insanely smart by Clem. Holy crap. Okay, so you scout with the Overlord on the natural. The CC is supposed to go down at 2 minutes and 14 seconds into the game. So if the Overlord doesn't see a CC going down, the Zerg player believes it's going to be 3 Rex Reaper. Now, the response versus 3 Rex Reaper is vastly different from the response against 2 Rex Reaper. Because you're going to have to deal with a crap ton of Reapers. We saw a quick Roach Warren coming out, rather than maybe a slightly faster third base. And now, I think Serral's build is still been altered in a way where he isn't entirely where he would like to be. But he did manage to cancel the Roach Warren, at least at some point. He's going to rebuild it now. Yeah, he has no clue what to do. He's floating 6 larva right now. He's just getting the gas. I think he's going to play the same build as last game. But this is not at all what he wanted to do in this game. That was actually very smart. Holy crap. I can't believe no other Terran players have done this yet. It's where they just built that CC on the high ground to trick the Overlord. That is actually so... I really like that move. How have I never seen this before? Freaking Clem. Clem really has... He's prepared for this. You know, sometimes you watch Clem play in a TVZ... and he's just coming with the same old strategies. He's very good with... Oh, yeah, baby. Get that bread, buddy. Poof! Kill the queen with that Reaper. Does sacrifice it, but also gets a decent scout in. But Clem today, he came prepared, my friends. He came freaking prepared. I think he kind of wanted to bait out an all-in a way, which would have been a phenomenal play. This is still very good, though. I love the way he's been playing here in the early game. This guy is a low-key genius. Yeah, don't do this in your ladder games, because your ladder opponent isn't even going to get the read properly. Yeah. No, this is something for the high level. You know, honestly, if you're below 6k, don't bother. Honestly, even if you're above 6k, don't bother. The average Zerg player has an IQ of 5, so they're not going to catch on to this. Like, oh, there's no command center. I guess now is not the timing yet. It's like these guys have absolutely no clue as to what is going on. So, this is something that Clem can do against Serral, and maybe herO Marine can do it against Raynor or Lambo, and that's pretty much where the cutoff is going to be, you know? Pretty sure if you pull this, if Maru were to pull this move against Ragnarok, Ragnarok would just be getting a third base and 5 more drones. And then casters would call Ragnarok a genius. Oh my god, he bought the bluff, you know? He's like, no, he just didn't understand what was going on. Can't believe he called the bluff. Saying no, he just didn't scout the entire game. That is what really happened here. Double drop heading towards the main base. Thank you, Cosmic Child, for the 2 Canadian dollarinos. Much appreciated, bud. Ooh, once again. This time straight into tunneling claws. Oh no, wait, there's already Glio reconstitution. That is kind of wild. Woocha, look at that, my friends. Woocha, look at that. How exciting is that? I don't understand why Serral... Okay, so I respect Serral a lot, which means that last game something went horribly wrong, according to him. You know, there's no way Serral looks at that last game and thought to himself, well, this build surely was successful. Let's try that one again. I had a good time. Oh, that's nice control. I had a good time last game. It's like, no. He had a terrible time last game. He'd give that time last game, even 2 stars maybe. Maybe even 1.5 star. But you can't give half star, so we round it up to a 2. 2 stars. He's actually just doing the exact same thing as last time. And I hope he has a better follow-up, or he has just a better clue as to when to stop attacking, or he just has a better clue of what to do. It just seems weird to go for the exact same play. These medevacs could actually get a spot on that tunneling clause is about to finish up. And that is potentially an issue. This drop is just being so freaking annoying. Let's take a look at the first person here out of Clem. So Tunneling Claws has finished, and the claws on the back of the roach become fluorescent. You see that? You see the little spikes are fluorescent. Clem immediately realized, you saw that? He closed the depot. They're locked out. Starts the turret over here. This is why Clem is currently one of the greatest Terrans. He's just not going to take any damage. Now, there is a drop heading in towards the main. I hope Clem remembers from last game what happened there, and that he's going to set up at least something in the main. A couple of Marines. Yep, instant stim going down there. That is going to be good. The roaches in the natural seem to have died as well. Tank on the low ground is going to help out. There's 2 tanks on the high ground, so potentially could just give up this position for a little bit amount of time. Turret goes up. 2 workers have gone down in total, as Serral is only on 73 workers right now. What an insanely low amount of workers. He needs to pretty much kill his opponent at the moment. Here he starts moving forward. Tanks not quite in range. Now will move in range. At least these roaches and ravagers will move in range. There's still one roach in the main base. It's going to unburrow. Serral very aware as to what is kicking off. These two tanks are actually stuck behind a turret and a bunker. It's a little bit frustrating. Clem needs to realize that ASAP and needs to pick them up. Because this is kind of a huge thing. If you think you're moving out with two tanks and your two tanks are stuck at home, that ain't good. Serral now heading into infestors, but this has failed massively once more. Like it hasn't been good. Once again, his creep spread is garbage. His eco sucks and his tech is terrible as well. So he really got nothing out of this. It's almost a repeat from last game. Now, I hope his follow-up is going to be better. Bit of a move command there. He's going to lose 3 Ravagers as a result. Clem just has complete understanding of what moves to make here. Can make a decision now to either go into that type of really an 8 barracks play, or could follow this up with just a 4 CC. Good lord, 4 barracks. He already has 5 barracks. Yeah, it's going to be a 4 CC. And even while having a 4 CC, could potentially still be heading into some type of tank push. We have this triple or this quadruple drop heading out on the map. More medevacs are on the way. These tanks are now unsieging. There's a lot of tanks. There's nothing really that can deal effectively with tanks. As we have a bunch of roaches here towards the left side. That is going to be the counter-attack squad. And this counter-attack squad needs to deal some serious damage right now. There's no creep to warn Serral as to what is going on. He just knows though. He has a gut feeling. Man, Clem's responses this game so far have been rapid. Real high test stuff. It's gonna once again redrop. Loses one medevac though, as there's good target fire out of Serral. Roaches split up as well. We'll start burrowing. This could cause some issues on the other side of the map. We see Hydras as well as Lurkers being added in. There's 5 tanks sieged up aggressively. I think Vipers are going to be necessary. I think Serral's playing too greedy here, straight up teching into Lurkers. I don't actually think this is entirely viable. Once these units in the main base end up getting cleaned up, which hopefully they are going to get cleaned up at some point in the near future. Clem is taking his sweet time. Like, there's nothing to deal with tanks. Legitimately no unit that can deal with a tank. None. Nada. Nientos. 10 SCVs have gone down. There's still 3 roaches kind of burrowed here on the left side. Marines here on the left as well, waiting for stuff to happen. Now we have the tanks being burrowed underneath by these tunneling claw roaches. That's actually a pretty big hit here to Clem's army. It is 17 SCVs as well going down. This counterattack squad did some big damage, but despite killing 19 workers and taking out 6 tanks for free, the game still doesn't look great for Serral. It looks playable right now, but barely so. This really, I really hope that Serral, like someone needs to tell Serral after this game, like, mate, this isn't it, you know, like, give him the sign, you know, like, not like this, buddy. We're not playing this, are we? Not again? Like, this is actual garbage. Holy crap. Serral's perhaps gonna try to unburrow on top of this. Kills 2 tanks pretty much instantly as he runs away with a bunch of these roaches. I think Clem just needs to set up a solid defensive setup. And then he should be fine. Still not a single Viper. Still 70 workers to 69. No turrets in the main base. And we have a 6 drop that's going to start now. That's going to be Lurker. Maybe some Roaches. A couple of Hydras in there as well. I just don't quite understand this build. It's late upgrades. Like, I understand that it's basically an all-in. And if it doesn't work, it's going to look weak. But Serral isn't playing it like it's an all-in. Like, he's kind of showing his opponent what's kicking off the entire time. He hasn't been doing a good job hiding it. He's playing it twice on a row. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just not brilliant. I'm surprised there's no turret here in the middle. I'm surprised there's no turret here forward either. I feel like the moment Clem gets a stable setup, he's going to be in a fantastic spot. And he pretty much has a stable setup. This Viking is super valuable. Look at this bad boy. There's 7 lurkers in here. He gets an Overlord that just has 1 lurker in it. That's going to drop. Clem needs to start responding to this. Needs to perhaps priest him, get a couple of those tanks in the main base as well. It's gonna siege up right now. He's gonna siege up instantly. Okay, here we go. That's a lot of Marines. That's a lot of Marauders. Defensive setup with the tanks is fine. Army is being split off at the same time. Lurkers moving forward. This is a great move out of Serral. I think Serral might be doing it anyway. Well, these Lurkers are gonna get cleaned up in the main base. A lot of the supply right now is in the reinforcement links, but 11 SCVs have gone down. The flanking Lurker dishing out a bunch of damage as well. There's one tank on the planetary base. I think, yeah, GG's gonna get called. This Serral is winning despite his opener, not because of his opener. Don't forget that. Like, I think Clem should scratch himself on the head a little bit. You know, like, well, what went wrong here? I was in a great spot. Like, the army value looked good for me. I had insanely nice eco as well. I had the right unit composition. I think he was a little bit too impatient when it came to that tank move out. If he sets up properly with the turrets first, I think he's going to be pretty much unbeatable in that spot. Like, there's no Vipers out. You're going to have, what, 8, 9, 10 tanks with a 2-2 timing against 35, 40 Roaches, a couple of Ravagers, and half an Infestor. Like, it's just not an army that can attack into tanks, in my opinion. I'm not sure if this is a throw necessarily, because it's very hard often to know quite what your position is in the game. Clem probably felt like he was a bit on a timer before a Lurker Viper hits and didn't entirely understand where he was. I think a throw can really only happen if you're completely aware of your position and then throw it out. It's what I very often do. I'm like, oh, I'm up 40 workers. The only way I can lose right now is by move commanding my army into 12 tanks. And then I move command my army into 12 tanks. And then I lose the game to a counterattack. Like, I think that is more of a throw. I think here, Serral played, first of all, fantastic. Every opportunity he had, he took in this game. But if Clem would have denied even one of these opportunities, I don't think Serral would have been capable of winning it just purely based on his opener. So I'm also a little bit hesitant usually to call things throws, because I don't, it's not so nice to the player, you know? Like, even if it is a throw, I'm like, the other guy played better. I know exactly what it's like to throw. I've had it many times. And sometimes you're just getting outclassed as well, right? You have like a Roach run by here. It's like a Ling run by there. It's like, I just attack into this. I'm desperate. I don't know what to do. Like, I've had it too many times against Serral, where I'm in a really good spot and then I give up a massive lead. But I know I wouldn't have given that away against the worst player. So it's like, it's always, you know, Clem wouldn't have thrown this game away against a Diamond. Like, you still need to get the opportunities that you're given by your opponent. And Serral did a fantastic job at that. Heading into game number 3. And that is going to be played here on Royal Blood, which I guess is going to be Clem's map for now. He wants once more has out with a low ground depot. Serral actually just legit plays this 15 hatch every single time. Every single game. He's given up on pretending like he wants to do something else. I kind of like it. I actually kind of do like it. I think someone is lagging the game. You see that? Sometimes see the drones lag a little bit. I actually think it's the guy who's hosting it. He said he had a bit of a laggy net. We'll see. At what point does the extractor trick start hurting you? Well, the moment you do it, right? So the problem with the extractor trick is that you're just losing a little bit of money. So everything is just going to be a tiny tad delayed. You know, it costs you some money. That's about it. But you get a faster hatch. So what this build really gets you is safety. This build is uber safe. Because, so against proxy 2 racks, against proxy 3 racks, against proxy everything racks. Oh my god, look at the mind game here. Clem is a genius. So, this guy has a game plan. A series game plan. Look at this. Okay. So, last game, what did we see? Double barracks, no CC on the low ground. What are we seeing this time? Double barracks, no CC on the low ground. How is Serral going to respond to it this time? Someone is seriously lagging this game. Someone is seriously lagging this game. And it ain't me. It ain't me. But now it's with a proxy. So Serral, his response is going to be a bit delayed. Usually, you see no command center here. You insta-throw down the Roach Warren, right? But Serral is like, no, I first want to get the confirmation that there's no CC in the main base. This is going to give Clem maybe 10, 15 extra seconds. And these 10 to 15 extra seconds are freaking massive. Serral's just adding more queens for now. Now sees the lag. See, this Roach Warren was delayed much longer than he did last time. Legit 20 seconds or so. And that's because of that mind game in the last game. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. There's going to be 4 Reapers. Clem could get a W off the back of this mind game. That is such... this guy has brains for days. They think he's just fast, but he also has brains for days. Look at the control. Oh, loses a Reaper as I start complimenting his control. Loses a second Reaper. Sloppy play here. Kills a Queen versus 2 Reapers. That ain't good. It is super laggy. Which idiot is lagging this? Surely it's not just me, right? I see these units freaking shift. I see that my internet is not crap because I'm legit not dropping any frames. Oh. It's gonna take out a couple of extra drones though. Roach is now on the way. More and more Reapers being produced. Poof, 2 Queens. This still could be game. Oh my god, that grenade was huge. Roach is now popping out. 23 workers to 29. There's no third hatch. So, at the end of the day, what's the situation like? 150 lost for Clem. 700 minerals lost on the other side. Super frustrating. 2 Marauders now in production. Clem believes he's being all-in. That's a mistake. He's not being all-in. Serral is afraid of dying. He's like, please don't kill me. Clem is thinking the same thing. Please don't kill me. Might actually be a little bit of an all-in. Never mind. Okay, it's 3 gas. No, this is going to be all-in. I was wrong. Clem was right. Of course he was right. Why do I even speak? Why don't I just trust this guy's instincts? There's 3 freaking gases on 28 workers. This is going to be some massive Ravager plays. I mean... I'm having a very difficult time imagining how Clem is going to lose this game, no? He's going to have 4 Marauders out. Oh no, the flank! The flank! He's going to lose 1, 2 Reapers there for free. I mean, it's not me. Some other prick is lagging this game up. And it's pissing me off for the players. Because I know if I'm feeling it, they're feeling it too. If I was Clem, I'd be pausing this game 5 times over already. Holy crap. Some nice kiting. Okay, here comes the Marauder force. It's actually kind of in an awkward position. Should have built the bunker forward and a little bit quicker, perhaps. Bunker's not going to finish up. Hello, Clem. Come on, we need repair on this bunker. We need repair on this bunker. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. The planche. Please repair this bunker now. Okay, it's going to get the repair in. No stim quite yet. Banshee is on the way. This is super all-in. Banshee is going to be a showstopper here. Barracks in some trouble as well. I mean, the Banshee is going to be a huge showstopper. Absolutely massive showstopper. Hop. 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 Can't afford to lose too many SCVs though. Bro. 9 workers went down. 32 workers to 28. Banshee, please get utilized. Is it over? This is a very weird game. I have legit no clue what's going on. And the lag is absolutely throwing me off as well. It's annoying the crap out of me. I'm gonna make sure that it isn't accidentally me, right? It can't be, guys. Right? close some programs. Oh crap. I think now I might actually be lagging. I think I lagged there for a second. We'll see. Alright. Serral right now is going to transition into a Nidus network. So it's literally Nidus into... Or, well, Roach-All-In into Nidus. Into whatever else. This is actually kind of pain. Can someone check if the other streams are also struggling with this? Because if they don't have any lag on their end, then it must just be me. And then I can probably try and fix it. But if the other streamers also have it, then there's no problem. Well, it's a problem because it's freaking annoying. Rotti is not lagging? Huh. Okay, well in that case it's just me. That's not good. Well, this is probably working actually. 19 workers to 27, third CC not quite finishing up. Okay, well, if it's actually me, that freaking sucks. I'll see if I can fix it after this game. I'm not entirely sure who's winning this though. This is an actually ridiculous game. I'm so sad that I ruined it with my poor internet control. Ravagers back into a corner. There's no queens left, so that means that the Banshee is now winning by itself. Third CC is about to finish up. Don't forget, this is still only 2 bases here for Serral. There is going to be... Well, if a tank ever comes out, that should be huge. The main base should never get anything in there either anymore. We have 2 more queens on the way. I actually think this is completely over. Like, I think this is over. Three Ravagers. I mean, they're still on this, no? No combat shield quite yet. Banshee's gonna move in as well. Queens are not with this army. This Nidus is so far back as well. I mean, that's just an issue. Try hit it with a bile. Come on, try it, brother. I know you want to. Boy, is it important to try and hit this. Oop. One more Ravager goes down. Combat shield still pretty far away. Tank. It's gonna siege up on the ramp. It's gonna take this out. I think this is over. I don't think Serral can do it. 29 workers to 27. Triple CC versus 2 base. There is Stim. There's no combat. Wait, did the Banshee end up dying? No, Banshee's being repaired. Tell me this ain't game. Because it is. I feel like Clem should have won this series 3-0. Like, this series is already over, technically. Okay, wait. We're gonna need to... I don't understand what's kicking off over here. That's pissing me off. Okay. Performance. I was gonna restart my PC or something. But I also don't want to do that. My task manager, everything seems fine. It's not your connection now? Yeah, so it must be my PC then, which is wetting the bed. But I don't understand how that's possible either. My PC never wets the bed. Score is 2-1 in favor of Serral now. Maybe it's Windows Update that's trying to make some moves. Sometimes it does end up happening, though. StarCraft. Check the hard drive. Is it getting full? Oh, this is a nice one as well. Nope. Not close. Okay, if this doesn't fix it, I'll restart my PC real fast. Download more RAM. Oh, sorry, yeah, 2-1 in favor of Clem. Okay, if this messes it up again, I'll keep an eye on stuff. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sorry for this. I'm ruining my own series. My favorite one. Yeah, I checked my test manager. It seemed okay-ish. Alright, game number 4 is going to be happening here on Ancient Cistern, which is a beautiful little map. Serral want to hit again after Clem hit a certain timing. Sure. Once more with that 15 hatch coming out, and Clem changed up plans. I really like the way that he planned this series, though. With the initial 3-Rex Reaper and then the second 3-Rex Reaper. Or like the fake 3-Rex Reaper into the real 3-Rex Reaper. That was really quite a smart play. And from here on out, Clem can pull this trick out whenever. And I wonder what Zerg is going to do. Are they going to respect it? Are they not going to respect it? It's hard to say. Seems like it's fixed though. I haven't seen any spikes yet. Okay, solid. I kind of hope as well that Clem at some point is going to play a triple CC opener. If he doesn't play a triple CC opener and only these weird builds, I almost feel like he's robbing us from a great game. Because Clem triple CC versus a regular Serral is one of my favorite things in the world. Like, it's just very fun to watch. And it really is very fun to watch. Ooh, hatch is gonna be trying to be built. Yeah, it's not quite working out. Ooh, it's actually gonna lose this. Clem, you monster! Beautiful movement there with the Reaper SCV, honest to God. Straight up gonna go back home because he believes there's going to be a Ling run by. Oh, this wasn't the 15 hatch, by the way. This was just a regular 16 hatch. My apologies. Queen timing is standard. This was the extended clash, or just the regular clash opener. Wanting to go for a 28 hatchery. Did end up getting it. Very fast speed with this as well, of course. And overall, just a good situation. Queen gets built in the main base, as the Lynx try to stop the Reaper from jumping in for now. And it's working out as well, so that's nice. Second barracks on the way. We have the triple CC. Wait, second barracks on the way. Why did I pretend like that was standard? It's not going to be Hellion Banshee. It's going to be 4 or 2 cars into a 2-1-1 follow-up from triple CC. And this is pretty much the standard. Both players actually opening completely standard. So Ancient Cistern, a fun map for it as well. Looking forward to see what Clem has up his sleeve. I'm still almost... If I were Clem, what other builds could you still mix in? Like, you could think about maybe playing mech. But it's not going to happen this game. But, you know, it's maybe in the future we'll play mech. It's something that's definitely possible. 30C is going to get spotted eventually, as it's just going to be 2 cars. This is a very safe build order out of Clem. Doesn't allow him to deal any damage. And I think Serral is aware of how this build works. He's going to get the scout early on as well. So he sees the second barracks flying over. Now knows exactly what timing to maximize for. I'd love for this Overlord to just piss off back home. Too often I see Zerg players getting the info and then just sending it in anyway. I don't think it would have been capable of going back home, but at least you could have tried. And now it's just, well, just gonna straight up die. 3rd CC gets scouted, everything gets scouted, but All Serral needed to see was the timing of that barracks flying over to the reactor, and he had all the info that he really needed. Like, he really did have all the info that he needed. Two more queens. It's gonna go up to 8. As he has full saturation right now on 3 bases. Lair starts. Second gas should start as well. Usually the same time as the lair. It's going to be built here in the natural. There's a relatively quick lair. And thus the baling nest also goes down. Queen's looking for a surround. Look at that. This is... You gotta try this queen surround. This is the slowest surround in the world. It never works. Ridiculous play, Serral. Don't be an idiot. Come on, man. Get it together, bro. What do you think you're doing? Oh my god. We have the third command center now landing as a baling nest is about to finish up in together with that layer. So quick bane speed rush. We'll see a third gas go down, and after bane speed starts, usually we also see a little thing called double evo chambers. Yep. Evo chambers even a little bit before. I didn't know that was the case. Very nice play though out of Serral, who continues spreading creep here with his so far 9 queens, 10th on the way, 7 queens moving forward right now. That means that this overlord is going to get, well, transfused while Clem tries to kill it. Can't fight into 7 queens with a decent amount of transfuses. I don't think so, at least. I love that there's just a bunch of Lings patrolling around the map, making sure that everything, you know, is being stopped. Ling run by gets set up as well, so the queens are just busy defending. We don't have a 5th base on the way quite yet. This 4th base, honestly, is at a very timely time. And a good timing, one could even say. I would love to see a run by right now. Dark would have run by twice already. He would have killed 25 workers. Dark right now would be at 78 workers at the same time. Would have defended this while counterattacking and building more drones. That's Dark in a nutshell. So we see Serral here kind of struggling to deal with this Marine force. Queen's a little bit out of position. The double Hellion plus Reaper combination, trying to come in from the right side, ain't quite working out. Changeling moves in. Clem, are you seeing this, buddy? Are you seeing this, Clem? I don't think he is. Needs to open up this depot wall further for the tanks to get out. I think he wants to go for a 1-1 timing attack. There's no run by setup. So this is just going to be a very standard move out. But even standard move outs can be dangerous. We have some nice tank positions here on the left side, and I do believe that's where these tanks are going to end up flying. Maybe one a bit further forward. Nope, 2 in the back. None in the front. Ling run by or flank has already been set up. I honestly would prefer if it would just try to go in and then come from the side, but we see Serral straight away going in. Marines now moving behind. Tanks are all unsieged. What is Clem doing? Well, he's gonna fight an unsieged battle here. Serral doesn't want to send it quite yet. Loses a couple of Banes to these tank shots. Might end up losing the 4th base if he ain't careful. Target fire on Banes is good. Is it good enough to what you call it, to load? No. To drop back down. To unload. There we go. To unload and shoot again. I think it might actually be. So these tanks have now died. But the Baneling count is a lot lower. 17 new ones are being created. 3 on the wrong side of the road. Did the Baneling cross the road? Yes, but he got shot by the Marine, so not a great move. This hatchery is extremely low. We do have a couple of transfuses going down. 3 queens ended up falling as 2 new ones do get produced. And now the question that I have is, can Serral do this? Can Serral get back into the game? He's on 75 workers against 69. Clem has complete control of the map. Not a single run by has happened yet. It seems like Serral's just sitting there and taking it. And Clem is happy to be the guy giving those big shots, you know. Boom, mine over here, little drop over there. There's 3 medevacs and 1 mine. There's no retarget on that mine, but the auto target was good enough. It's going to unload a little bit further off once more and probably rinse and repeat. I think this 5th base might be in trouble. I actually think this 5th base might be in trouble. There's no carapace that has started yet here for Serral, by the way. If Clem hits a tight 2-2 timing, or there even any fight happens after +2 infantry weapon finishes, I actually think Serral could be in a bit of trouble. This is a okay-ish pickup. Loses 3-4 of these bad boys. We have a mine drop now heading in as well. These mines do not quite have the drilling claws upgrade, but does it matter? because it's still going to settle in anyway, and it's probably good enough. We have these Marines moving in forward. I love this so much. This is going to force a big response, basically Link Bane everywhere. At the same time, Clem is just continuing being on the map with 2 main forces, and then he has a backup force, so probably using 2-3 different control groups here. Mine shots not great so far. No retarget, no unburrow either. Gets one of those banelings, gets another one. I think there's too many banelings to target down at this point, though. That mine hit ain't big enough. He's probably gonna start trying to do something with his topside drop at this moment. +2 getting closer and closer to finishing up. Probably needs to get a few new mines in here. Does indeed unload at this point. 2-2. Couple of seconds away from being done at the same time. Oh my god, that was a blunder here out of Clem. Double drop now heading in towards the 4th base. Is Serral paying attention? Of course he is. He's very fast. Drilling Claw means that these bad boys burrow very quickly. Oh, Clem, some nice burrow unburrow micro. Yes, no target fire there with the mine means it's not going to do very much. This mine's gonna get a queen and maybe a drone. No, just a queen for now. Burrows in the side and nice control out of Serral. But Clem with the pickup as well. Clem once again is gonna send out a push. This is a maxed out push. +2 is 30 seconds away from finishing. There's not going to be creep with the next fight. And there's 14 mines out. 54 Marines and 14 mines. If these mines are burrowed before the fight starts off creep, I think Serral is in a world of trouble. This was a bad burrow though. 4 mines at the exact same location. And now, the question that I have is, can Clem continue pushing? The answer seems to be, yeah, he actually can. Parasitic Bomb as well as a big friendly fire mine is going to damage a lot of these medevacts. 6th base is going to get cancelled. Serral still hasn't dealt any damage to his opponent. He's just been sitting back, trying to just pretty much, what you call it? Just kind of take the blows straight to the body, and he's doing a good job, but now we have our first run by, and this is going to force Clem to leave some more units at home in the future. I like that move. It's coming in from one direction, and I'm not a huge fan of One Direction, the band. I was definitely not a huge fan of the One Direction that Serral was going for here. Always need to flank the Terran army, or the Marines have a way too easy time to escape. Now we see indeed that flanking motion, trying to wrap around. Some okay mine shots, not huge, but not terrible either, as Clem is losing a lot of his map control, and it feels like Serral finally is pushing some things back. As I say that though, we have a lot of bio being sent forward. Liberator also going to set up. We have Hydras being produced. This has been a very active game, extremely active. There's no medevacts with this army. I'm not sure if this is a joke, but this isn't a joke to me, Clem, so maybe take it serious as well, bro. Huh? Ever thought about that? Don't want you to see... I don't want you to just be out on the map with a bunch of bio units and no medevacts. It's garbage. What the heck? No lurkers yet, by the way. Do we even have a lurker then? No, there's not. 3-3 is about to finish up. So it's going to be 3-3 upgrades against 2-2 upgrades for quite a while. Clem is... he's not the greatest control. He didn't stim half of his army there. Mine's not in a great spot either. This fight still was okay for how bad the setup was, but it wasn't a good fight. Next fight, however, probably is going to be much better. He does have the better upgrades. Still has an okay mine count. There's a bunch of marauders in here. The baneling count is fairly low at only 19. There's still no creep on this right side either. So I honestly feel like that if Clem pushes forward at this point, that he's going to be just fine. That he might just end up taking a very winning fight here. He's lacking a bit of the bio reinforcements, though. I feel like this army is so small for being 187 supply, no? Mines, once again, not getting big connections. At least not the ones that you kind of hope to see if you're a Terran player. There's a 6th base on the way already for Clem, and it's being set up once more. No medevacts on that left side. These medevacts are also very low. I think a quick repair here would do wonders. And these 2 medevacts probably should be rerouted towards that far left. Mine is going to burrow on that hatchery location. And Clem says, hey, if you don't have a hatch in the bottom or on the top left, on like the, what is that, like the 10 o'clock, the 9 o'clock, I'm just going to start pushing the bottom right, because that is most likely where you're going to be located with your next base. And if I can deny that, I'm going to be in a pretty good spot. I think getting a Ghost Academy... Oh, he already has a Ghost Academy. That's good. He doesn't need to build Ghost, because there's no lurkers yet. So, yes, you can get the Ghost, but Clem tends to prefer a much quicker style of play, and he's been doing a great job with that. +3 vehicle plating is about to finish up as well. 6th base is here. We have more command centers being thrown down. First few ghosts are actually being mixed in. And it is 15 mines as well. 1-5. That's a lot. There's also a crap ton of medevacs, by the way. 11. I think it might be slightly too high. The marauder count may be a bit too low. Only at 3. Lots of marines. Lots of damage output. Big damage output. Oh, first 2 lurkers show up. That is an issue. Ghost moving towards the left side. Not enough medevacs with this army, though. Do not quite enjoy that. These mine hits aren't good either. Oh, that last one actually was fine. Gets 4 or 5 banes. Kind of a big deal. As these marines are just going to stim back. I think Serral might be thinking about taking out that base. I'm not sure if he can. Maybe he can't. He's going to need to try and defend this bottom right side, which I think is his 7th base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 7th base. This is going to be his 8th base. But I do believe that Clem has a good handle on that left side. I don't actually think Serral can take that left side. It's not possible. He doesn't have enough creep there. He needs to move way too far off creep in order to try and get that. Here comes another attack. Mine hits aren't good. Not good at all. And this base is going to get taken out. And with this planetary dying, that means it's going to be harder for Clem to launch attacks on this bottom side. So yeah, it's... Whew. This is pain. This is actually what pain looks like. If Serral can also hold this base at the same time, that would be big. But I think he almost shouldn't try. Like, this left side isn't so important for him right now. Trying to take this base away from your opponent, I think, might be bigger. It's hard to say, though, oh, these mines are going to be big. No, they weren't. Maybe 10, 15 links total with 3 mines. That's okay, but it's not great. Another mine just mainly doing friendly fire here. Serral for a second perhaps believed he could take out the planetary, but once again, Clem just has too much. There's a lot of liberators with this. I almost feel like if Clem gets the setup now... Is that it? I feel like I keep saying that at some point there's going to be a good fight for Clem, and it just ain't happening. Like, these mine shots have been so mediocre every single time, and now we have a run-by coming in. Are the splits good? Yeah, they were. Holy crap, that was nice movement. Overseer's gonna tank the second mine hit. Clem is F2ing back home, and this might be the bit of momentum that Serral needs. He's gonna end up probably losing these Hydras if he ain't careful. There's one Marauder. No? At the same time, there's still a lot of ghosts on the left side. That big count of ghosts. One scan is going to keep this base safe. No, there's a turret, so scan not even necessary. Ghost personal cloaking is now done, as well as these liberators still set up in a nice defensive location. Well, defensive location basically in his opponent's 3rd base. But in a nice location, at least, to make sure that this base can never go up. I think Clem isn't even aware that the base is being rebuilt right now. Otherwise, he probably would kill it first. That definitely has the priority over doing whatever the heck he's gonna do right now. Big counterattack coming out of Serral. Don't think that is entirely viable, though. Maybe with some abducts, 2 abducts, but there's just not enough anti-air. There's still a tank on the high ground. This bad boy has 25 kills already. This was a really good fight for Clem, because it allowed him to kind of break the entire left side while simultaneously taking a good defensive fight. So 2 bonuses there at the same time for Clem. So far in this game, whenever something went right on one side, it went wrong on the other side. But this was the first time where Clem really had a big move. Clem is looking very solid. I think the only true way that Serral is going to get a good fight is with moves like this Infestor. I think without a big fungal at some point, it's going to be close to impossible. Here comes a fungal. EMP is going to connect. EMP is also going to hit these Vipers before they can parasitic bomb. That was a big move. And I think this is the timing. I've mentioned this so many times before. And I don't understand why Terrans don't do it. The timing to get a Raven. Literally the only way that the Terran army is losing against this particular composition is going to be burrowed infestors. And right now you've seen that Serral is playing with burrowed infestors, so surely getting a Raven would be worthwhile. I don't understand why you don't just have a Raven following your army at all times. It is 2 supply. I think it's good. But so far, Clem doesn't deem it necessary. I mean, he's trading fairly well this entire game. He's up 14k in resources as he manages to secure this top left side base. Has a bunch of random bio around the map. These Liberators still up as well. Once again, not gonna get taken out. These Libs have been here for so long. 10 and 9 kills respectively. as this base eventually is going to get taken out. I think in a split map scenario, Clem is going to outmine his opponent as well. So in a way, there's a lot of pressure on Serral here to win in the next, well, basically 5-6 minutes. Maybe even in a shorter amount of time, because he's running out of bases to mine from. Can't have this one anymore. This one's practically empty. Needs to start, start really saturating this base right now if he wants to get it. I think this might actually be one of the final fights, because there's no bank at all anymore for Serral. A standard game, 19 minutes slugfest over here. Link run by is going to get stopped by the planetary as well. As Serral, with what feels like his final attempt, is going to get stopped once more. And Clem takes out Serral with a 3-1 score. Absolutely insane gameplay here out of Clem. Solid micro, but also just making Terran look very broken in the late game. The way that he's playing against this Hydra Link Bane Viper. Now you could say, why doesn't Serral just build the Broodlord and the Infestors? Because on a map like Ancient Cistern, the moment you go into Broodlord Infestor, you can't ever defend the other side anymore. It's simply too big, it's too wide open. So you first need to mine your entire half of the map, and then you focus on a very small area. And that is where Broodlord Infestor can come into play. But it is not possible to go into Infestor Broodlord from 5 bases if there's still 10 bases on the map, because Infestor Broodlord can never attack. It can only defend and can only start attacking once there is a Thor Ghost army. And then you still have to be there with all your spores. So yeah, Infestor Broodlord there wasn't possible. And then Hydra Link Viper with some mixed on investors. With some mixed in investors. It's going to be the only thing that you can really do. So yeah, that is... yikes. It is what it is. Bum, ba-dum. I gotta make sure that I get in the next game as well. You had a nagging TVZ question I want to ask. When should Terrans produce tanks versus mines into Linkbane Zergs? I think it's a little bit of personal preference a lot of the time, honestly. So I think someone like Clem really likes mines. Someone like Byun really likes tanks. herO Marine likes tanks as well. And Maru sometimes plays mines if he's ahead. And if he's behind, he often plays tanks. Tanks often means that you're going to be playing a bit more defensively. Well, with the mines, it's easier to be out on the map. It often feels that the line between dying and staying alive with mines is much thinner than it is with tanks. Like with tanks, you're always pretty much staying alive. You can get out-greeded at that point, because you don't put as much pressure on. But it feels like a bit of it is definitely personal preference. Investors would not have helped at all. He was 200 in the last 5 minutes. Actually facted. Who's the favorite to win? Well, Clem won. Or do you mean in the next match? It's going to be Byun versus Dark. Now, Byun is in the same team as I am. He's in the Shopify Rebellion, as some of you might know. See? The logo. Yeah, we're part of the Shopify Rebellion. Byun and I. Together with Lambo and Scarlet. If you ever want to start a shop, be sure to use Shopify. Easy tools to get your shop started. For example, a merchandise store, which I could also start on Shopify if I would want to. I don't think I've ever made any commercials for Shopify before. I feel like I need a script for it, some talking points. It's actually very easy to set up a shop on Shopify. What if you want to start a rebellion? I can tell you a bit about it as well, but I can't do it in a public place like this. I mean, you can sell the merchandise of the rebellion through some of the manufacturers on Shopify. Yeah, for sure. Tank Harstem for making Ghost too strong in the balance patches. If you spam it 7 times, it's not going to become more true. You know that, right? Okay. You can't just repeat a lie 7 times in a row, then pretend it becomes true. Yeah, I don't think I've ever touched the ghost in any balance patch. Can't believe Tropical Terrarium slept with his mother 6 times in a row. Can't believe Tropical Terrarium slept with his mother 6 times in a row. Like, see? Doesn't work like that. Maybe it does, I don't know. I knew this was going to devolve into degeneracy. This is why I usually don't read the chat. Did you hear about the explosion at the cheese factory? There's going to be a bad joke coming after this. I don't want to hear it. No, I didn't hear about the explosion at the cheese factory. There was a lot of debris. Okay, actually end it. Holy crap. You know, Tropical Terrarium, usually when you make jokes, it's nice if they're funny. That's kind of the purpose of most jokes. You can just say random things without thinking about the comedic effect. Isn't that how it works? What's Bruce Lee's favorite drink? I don't know. Yeah, tell me what Bruce Lee's favorite drink is. Yeah, you're gonna cool down in the timeout. You're annoying me. There you go, buddy. I accidentally banned the wrong guy. Because I have fat fingers. Okay, I'm glad that I still got that message just now. I'm sorry, who are you? Weed Solo. I'm gonna try to unban you. God, I'm stupid. Weed Solo. I'm sorry, buddy. That doesn't work. How do I unban people on freaking YouTube? God, this platform, man. Unban Weed Solo? How does it... Can I not unban people? Put user in timeout? Oh, I just deleted the message. Oh. So I double fat fingered it. Amazing. Cyclone Imba? Very imbalanced, the comic child. How do you feel about the idea of a Zerg player burrowing a few banelings in their opponent's 4th or 5th base mineral line before they get there to detonate at a later time? So, this sounds really cool, but it generally is not really going to be worth it. And you also need a lot of map control for it. So, very often, a fort base doesn't get, doesn't get saturated immediately. And it gets saturated like the 9-minute mark or so. At that point, like if a fort base is fully saturated, there's maybe going to be 86 workers already total. So then you need to borrow banelings there at like the 650-minute mark, which is a very hectic phase for the Zerg, in order to later on get like a minor win. Because at that point, killing workers isn't huge anymore. It's nice, but it's not huge in a way. Also, if you do this too often, people will just build a turret there. So like, then it's not even going to be worth it. And you're making yourself much weaker earlier on. So there's going to be some situations in which it would probably be good. But I think most of the time, it's just going to be worse. Then, like, you'd rather have the banelings just in your main army. Or just running them into the 3rd, where it can deal direct damage. Okay. Now I think people are actually starting to like... We're on the Korean server. I'm very afraid of this. Okay. If I lag too much here, I'll leave and I'll have to watch through the clean feed. Problem with the clean feed is freaking laggy too. So it's very important right now that we don't lag, okay? If there's one time that my connection shouldn't be wetting the bed, it's going to be here. Alright. Beyond versus Dark, as we have a double barracks opener. This is really the standard. And it has been the standard for quite a while. For Beyond at least. We saw Clem play it once and one time the 3 Rex as well in the last series. Do you build your spawning pool before you make your drones mine? No, that is literally impossible. Also, the drones mine automatically. So you start with 50 minerals, not with 200. So it's a silly question, I guess, in a way. Oh, Champs-Élysées. I freaking hate this build. Like, I hate to play against it. I like watching it. Oh, it's actually going to be 3 Rex Reaper. This is kind of an odd map for the 3 Rex Reaper. Dark also doesn't go in to spot whether it's going to be a CC or not. So remember what I told you guys in the last series, guys and girls in the last series, is that the CC goes down at 2 minutes and 13 seconds. So very often Zerg players will check and confirm that that's the case because they want a different response against triple Rex. This is actually super risky. This is what Lambo calls a build order loss. This is the Clash build order. And the Clash build order should not be capable... Oh my god, they killed 2 drones with the first Reaper? This game is legitimately over. Did Dark forget to build links? I think he accidentally didn't build links. He usually builds 6 links, now he built 2. He's gonna lose all of his links. He's dead. I think this build is... You can't win with this build against 3 Rex Reaper. This is a default loss, according to Lambo. And whenever it comes to default losses, I trust Lambo on that. Also, whenever I play this build against 3 Rex Reaper, I also lose. It's just going to be... I can't believe he didn't scout to see the CC timing. That's so wild, no? What a crazy move. So 3rd CC is going to be a full minute later than usual. This base is in trouble. If this was a map where there was no ramp, I think every single queen would have died. And even now that there is a ramp, there's still a chance that some of these queens are going to end up falling. Speed is really far away from finishing up. Like, this is just looking terrible right now for Dark. I'm so surprised that Byun is going back home. Why is he so afraid? Why is he so afraid? I don't quite know. He's gonna follow us up with double reactor. We have 12 more links on the way. Creep is going to move on the map a little bit. There's no 3rd CC yet. It's gonna go... No, a factory. I thought it was gonna be triple CC. It was not the case. I think Byun played too safe here. I really thought he was gonna be much more aggressive. He's still in a good spot though. Oh my god. That's 33 links. That's actually a lot of links. So sometimes you see people build like maybe 20 or 25 links. 33 is quite a bit. It actually is quite a bit. I have 385 ping to the Korean server. So there's going to be a spike here every now and again. I don't think there's too much I can do about that. As long as it doesn't impact the players. The moment it starts impacting the players, I'll insta-leave, of course. Oh. Did it just cancel a depot? It's like, yeah, I don't need that yet. I think Byun might follow this up with a 2-base all-in. $33 links still out on the map. 34 workers to 37. Baling nest starts. Lair hasn't started yet. Baling speed is going to be super freaking late. First 2 medevacs will be out way before baling speed. And it's going to be Marines with stim and combat shield. This is important to remember. There's going to be a crap ton of Reapers as well with it. So Reapers actually are kind of powerful with medevacs if there's no baling speed. They fall off very hard after baling speed finishes. Oh my god, I actually am afraid I have 600 ping to the Korean server. I'm actually kind of afraid here. Not gonna lie. Kind of afraid. Kind of scared. I think Dark is actually 2-base all-in. Except he has a 3rd. But it's like... Yeah, Dark right now is just all-inning with this. Oh my god, I can't believe it. So one guy is going for a 2-base timing attack. And the other dude is going for a Ling Bane attack. Oh, the Metavacs are out. Here we go. +1 not quite done. Combat shield not quite done. This is the perfect timing for Dark to fight. And he still loses the fight. This is like... if you're a hitman and your task is to kill someone. You enter the guy's apartment. He's sleeping in bed. You have your knife out. And as you stab him, you miss. Like right next to the pillow. He wakes up, he punches you in the face and knocks you out cold with one hit. What was this? This is the worst build I've seen in my life out of Dark. Catches his opponent's army, like split up in the middle of the map while he's all-inning and just dies. Oh yeah, it wasn't even close. Completely gets destroyed. Freaking Reapers are broken, man. It's so dumb. Holy crap. Oh, what a unit. I love this stuff. I freaking love this so much. So I said that Byun was going to win 3-0. I was on a little bit of hopium when I said that, but after seeing this first game, I know that Byun has some stuff prepared, you know. He's ready to go. Oh, I'm feeling this so much. These series are running pretty quickly, though, which is scary as well, because there's only 4 series today. Hey, that ain't it. There's only 4 series today, right? Let me check just to be sure. Yeah. So after this, we still have herO MaxPax and Cure versus Ragnarok. But it is kind of scary. Is Byun part of the Shopify rebellion? The site where you can easily create shops? Shopify? Indeed. I'm glad you asked. Would you like some more information about Shopify or the Shopify rebellion? Type 2. And I don't have more information. It's just... This is the beauty of Shopify, is that I don't have to explain anything. You just go to the website and you'll just be guided through the Shopify UI. The experience is so sweet. It comes so natural, intuitive to you. That is why Shopify is the greatest online platform shop creator. I don't even know, e-commerce. How would you call it? I don't even know what my company does. And they're fantastic, that's all I know. Even I managed to set up a shop. Oh, it's going to be a proxy barracks, but you guys can't see the screen yet. It's not going to be a proxy barracks either, it's just building a depot here. E-commerce and payments, exactly. E-commerce and payments, that's what we do best, my friends. Now, unironically. Can use anything. Stripe, PayPal... Is any of the others, all major credit cards, debit as well. You can pay, and it's easy to set up. None of the hassle. You have like this app. So imagine you wanna sell clothes, for example. You can pick like different manufacturers, and they've been rated before, and you can see where they're from. So if you see, for example, a factory that produces clothes, and it's rated an 8.9. It's in Germany. They, well, the Germans, they appreciate, quality. They're known for, for really liking efficiency as well. Like this is important. But then if you see an 8.9 or a 9 and the factory is in France, that half of the time that factory is going to be on strike, because that is what French people love doing more than anything. And second of all, French people also don't have the same feeling as it comes. It's not going to be, the process is just not going to be as efficient. They're going to be spending a lot of time tasting wine and eating cheese and other garbage. And all of that is neatly stated on the Shopify, like in that app. You can just pick the different manufacturers and it's beautiful. It's really beautiful. It makes it easy for you to sell your stuff. And all you really have to think about is the design. And I know most of you are fabulous designers. Gift cards. You can pay with crypto as well. I'd love to see it. You see, we have literally all options. Gift cards. Do people still buy gift cards? I thought the only people that buy gift cards are people that are trying to launder money. Did he just lose the Overlord? Let's see if Lumbo's theory remains true. Lumbo told me that every single time Dark loses an Overlord, he plops down a Roach Warren and goes for a Roach All-In. So we're about to see right now whether Lumbo knows what he's talking about or not. Because he's lost an Overlord to the 2 Marines. No Roach Warren. What's up with that, Lumbo? What's up with that, Lumbo? Eh, Lumbo? Maybe you want to talk about that? Perhaps? Is that something you'd wish to discuss with me right now? This has to be the greediest builder I've seen in my life, by the way. Coming straight out of Byun. It's gonna be a 2-base type of opener. Hellion into Banshee. Marine This is not a build order. We're just doing random things at this point. There's legit 0 links produced as well on the side of Dark. It's kind of intense. He built none. That is the lowest amount of links that you can build if you weren't sure yet, by the way. Because it's not possible to build a negative amount of links. Cloak Banshee. That's the follow-up. Dark has, well, actually negative scouting information here. He legit knows nothing. You have being blind, and then you have being dark in this game. That's significantly worse. He still has no units at all, and these Hellions are running by. Hellions now moving in towards the main base, where there's not even a single queen. Dark is legitimately just getting completely destroyed here. I know that his early game usually isn't that tight, but this is on another level, even for Dark. He legit tried to go for the no links challenge. Now his spores are going to be too late as well. Actually, might be just barely in time. I feel like if this Banshee wouldn't have shown its face, the spores never would have been built. Honestly believe that. Oh, it's going to be a 2-base all-in behind this. Ugh. I'm saying, whoa, that my mind thinks, because I'm kind of excited for 2-base all-ins. Usually, oh, Byun, gotta be careful there with your 1 Banshee that you have. Gotta be real careful. There's no lair anywhere close to being done. We have Carapace on the way. Dark is hitting the supply block of a lifetime as he basically doubles his Overlord count at once. Holy crap, being a Dark fan must be rough. Because he is actually not playing very well at the moment. So he's lost 8 workers to 4 cars, was it? The 3 cars or 4 cars. How many have gone down? 5 cars. There's a queen going down right now. I'm not sure why these queens are chasing a Banshee that is invisible. Maybe this is a high-level move that I don't quite understand. Is he really gonna lose another queen? Oh! No, that was bait. That first queen was sacrificial for this move. Dark had already calculated this in his head. Once again, Bailing speed is going to be very late. First 2 Medevacs are already on the way out. He's going to be fighting this without Bailings altogether. Dark, as I mentioned, had negative information, was supply blocked for half a year. And now is probably going to die against this initial move out because he has no units, no Bailings, no Bailing nest, no lair, no Bailing speed. If he manages to hold this... I just realized I didn't put the score in. If he manages to hold this, I think we might need to send a letter to David Kim to balance the game a little bit better. Because holy crap, did he do nothing correct this game. He just can't win this, no? It's going to be combat shield and +1. And it's links. It is literally just Zerglings. Okay, now we have 3 Banes coming in. Byun is too afraid to push because he can't believe his opponent would have built no units the entire game. This is like hitting an Immortal in against Zerg, and then Zerg literally just having slow links. Well, this is actually a pretty decent fight here for Dark. I think Byun stayed a bit too long, but still up in supply. Bailing speed hasn't started quite yet. How is Dark starting his Carapace level 2 before Bailing speed? I don't understand. He's floating 700 minerals. not building any extra queens. He's gonna lose this base. We have a counterattack now coming out. I think this is the first time that Dark is going to realize that he's being 2-base all-in. He's like, huh, maybe my opponent does have a lot of units. I wonder how that happened. Next, he's like, wait, there's no third? That is awfully weird. Gonna see this massive setup. Doesn't control his links. Loses 10-12. Basically for free. As the fourth base is now officially dead. Oh, Byun, you might be in some trouble. Or maybe these links are the ones in trouble. Baneling speed is getting closer to finishing up. As Dark has no creep threat either, he's decided now to go for Burrow as well, which is actually a high tier move. Baneling speed is still way too far away. I think Byun can just stim his army forward. I'm pretty sure I could win this fight. Nah, I've seen me fight, never mind. No, I could win this fight. Without Baneling speed, maybe. Hey, this doesn't look so hard. If the tanks are already sieged up, I think I could do this. I think I could. But once Baneling speed finishes up, probably not. Extend life becomes a little bit harder. Okay, is there any lips here yet? There's 2 out. They're now moving out across the map. We have this run by that's gonna move into this army. Byun has denied all the creep. Burrow's getting closer. So we see these links being taken out as well. More lips on the way. There's 6 medevacs, so medevac production isn't really necessary anymore. Let's face reality. This run by is coming in. Once again, it's gonna get caught, or perhaps Byun is the one that's gonna get caught. No, Byun never gets caught. He's the one that's doing the catching. Actually gets all the kills. 143 supply to 102 as Dark is gonna try and burrow some Banes. And now the splash on the Ling actually killed that Baneling. This game is uber over. What a poor series so far out of Dark. Just absolutely not impressive. Now, don't get me wrong, Byun has been playing well and he's had good build orders. But this has been some of the most unimpressive play, uninspired play that I've seen out of Dark in a long time. As mentioned, he usually has relatively poor early games, but afterwards he makes up for it. Right now, he's just getting destroyed. He's just getting outplayed. This is pretty much how the mid games look like for people that get Dark's early game that aren't Dark usually, but now it's Dark who's getting this as well. It's really weird. Not happy with this. I was hoping for an epic best of 5, but unless Dark flips the switch right now, it's going to be still an epic best of 5 if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan. If you too love e-commerce and payment gateways, but if you're not too much into e-commerce, and you're like, ooh, I prefer watching Dark win, then this is not the series to watch. Personally, I'm a huge e-commerce fan. Maybe sometime in the future we could do a stream where we just e-commerce together. You know, it's e-commerce for the fans. They're just e-commerce all day. I wish that was a verb. Me and my mates are just e-commercing. We do a lot of things on the e-commerce. Do you think Byun is going for the 2 base all-ins because of Dark's reputation in the early game? I think Byun is going for 2 base all-ins because he loves 2 base all-ins. Byun is a player that likes doing what he likes doing. You know what I mean? He's not so keen into things like research. He just goes, you know? He has a goal and he follows that goal and then he reaches the goal. That is really how Byun works most of the time. One thing that you shouldn't forget is how impressive Byun's logistical chain usually is. Like, whenever you have these 2 base all-ins, one of the things that a lot of Terrans make the mistake in is that they leave too little at home or they leave too much at home. It feels like Byun really has, like, you know, the perfect middle ground. He never dies against Ling Bane run-bys. And usually that is one of the main tools that Zerg players end up using against 2 base all-ins, because it's hard to attack into tank positions off creep. So we very often actually see this exact same scenario, and then the Terran just ends up dying. But of course, as someone that's experienced in 2 base all-inning as Byun, he knows exactly what to do. He's had some wins that shouldn't have been wins in the past, and it shows. Harstem, I hear you are pairing up with Gucci to drop a gamer cologne. Can you tell us more? think I'd ever partner with Gucci. I never quite understood the appeal of Gucci, to be honest. It's I'm not much of a premium brand guy, you know. It's probably because I'm a designer myself as well. I design and Shopify manufactures, so I know what these materials cost. You know, it feels like you're being ripped off by Gucci. I know how gamers smell like, and I don't think we need this cologne. I don't think so either. Should start selling gamer bathwater as well. Sweat for him, for her. Bet it could sell pretty well though. Just for the memes. 3 Rex Reaper once more here, my friends, and let's see if Dark is changing up the setup over here. Fast speed, that's for sure. Very quick speed research, actually. This is insanely quick speed research. He's gonna get a 28 hatchery. Just an overlord. So you see there's a Reaper moving across the map. Now, once again, theoretically, I don't quite understand how Dark is supposed to hold this. I'm gonna have a talk with Lambo though, if he does end up holding this. He's gonna lose a Ling. Oh, almost lost a Ling there. The Reaper's Beyond Micro is... Beyond's Reaper Micro is great, as it always is. This time the Overlord does go in and sees the entire lack of a natural here. Tried to kill a drone, didn't quite get it. It's probably just gonna... What do you call it? Heal up a little bit. Speed over halfway done. It's nearing completion here. It means that Beyond needs to be somewhat careful. Now this is, for the people that don't remember, Beyond versus Dark at BlizzCon was also with a lot of Reapers in 2016, the one that Beyond ended up winning. So this isn't looking good for Dark. There's a historic precedent. I think this hatch might just end up dying. Metabolic boost is very close. It's gonna try and come in with a flank, but 6 Reapers against 12 Lings. Not a mathematical genius. That looks good for the Reaper man. Hatch is gone. Drone is also adios. There's a couple of spots here which allow you to jump up and down. Reaper's gonna get caught. Beyond is paying attention though, so it's not gonna get caught. I mean, it's gonna get spotted, but not caught. There's a lot of Lings in production, 24 in total. So Beyond is just kind of very carefully moving back home. He's gonna find this. And now needs to start throwing some grenades. Ooh, misses one. Uncharacteristic. Hits the next. I think he's dead. Well, at least he's losing these Reapers. Oh. Usually Beyond is the king of this stuff. But not now. Not now. Dark here doing what shouldn't be possible. More Reapers are in production. We have 3 out, 2 more on the way. Still 16 Lings here as well. Massive ambush. This is legit the same build that Beyond was using in 2016. Just talking about going full circle. Oh my god. He's legit just massing Reaper. He's going for a 16 Reaper drop. That's a lot of investment in gas there. Did that get scouted? No, it didn't. When's the last time you guys saw a 16 Reaper drop? Huh? When is the last time you saw that? Do you remember? Because I don't. Once again, there is no transition yet. Not going into Roach. It's not going into nothing. It's going to be pure Ling Queen. There's a Liberator with this. 1 medevac. So as Liberator is going to be a tech lab now. So we have double reactors. This is kind of exciting. 3rd CC going down as well. I don't actually know. Okay, it's going to be 8 Reapers in a medevac and 1 Liberator. 8 Reapers do fit in a medevac, right? Or do they... No, they don't take 2 spaces. I feel like they should. It's kind of weird that they don't take 2 spaces. No. Reactors might be in some trouble. Hello. Hello, Monsieur Reactor. Okay, one reactor's gonna die. Two reactors probably gonna die, actually. This is real bad for Byun. Okay, it's just gonna end up losing that one. Can't easily move across the map now, though. Yeah, that's an issue. That is indeed an issue here, Mr. Byun. Not a fan of that. Nine more drones on the way. Dark is feeling it. This must have been the best early game that Dark has played in his entire life. He's up 25 workers, basically. Not quite, but practically. Has no links, or hardly any links out on the map. So Liberator's making its way towards the main base. Gonna siege up. Finally, we have a lair. 6 minutes, 30 seconds into it. This Lib is in a solid spot. That Queen is not in a solid spot. Now it's moving out. Here come the Reapers. Reapers are real powerful. I can't believe that 8 Reapers fit into a medevac. Surely that is Busto. Oh my god, killed 2 Queens with the Liberator there. That's actually kind of noise. Just gonna lift up. Do Reapers heal inside of the medevac? I feel like they would, wouldn't they? I feel like they would. Armory starting as well. I mean, Byun is behind. Quite significantly behind. By about 30 workers. So we can probably say that this is not a great situation. But at the same time, there's no bailing speed yet. So, you know. Maybe it is balanced. Asymmetrical balance here. He's gonna get Infestation Pit, Hydra then. The freaking Byun is considering whether he wants to build a 4CC at any point in this game. And we already have Dark, who's heading into the late game. Like, he's thinking about throwing down a Spire for the Broodlord transition at this point. Dark is so insanely rich. It should be impossible for him to die. These Reapers, well, 2 of them get taken out. They do have 1-1 right now, as the double drop heads in towards the main. There's not enough links to deal with this if there's combat, but there's no combat. So then these links should be enough. They have 1-1 upgrades as well, which is kind of huge. Reapers might try and take out this base. At the same time, a Ling run by is doing some serious work here on the third. I think Byun building mines here has to be the most naively optimistic thing that I've seen in quite a while. It's like, mate, we're gonna need to build some tanks, and we're gonna need to build them from 4 factories. We need to play mech, basically. There's no way he's surviving otherwise. There's Hive on the way already. He's way down in supply. Like, this situation sucks balls. It really does. This ain't good, my friend. So it's gonna lose these Reapers finally. Dark's creep surprisingly poor, especially towards the middle. That is maybe the saving grace here for Byun. There is a Ling Bane run by heading in towards the third base. There is a wall there. Just having a wall isn't good enough. You need something behind that wall to shoot the Ling Bane as well. Mines are gonna burrow. Good control out of Byun, as always. Oh my god, I think he targeted that. He's taking down all these baits. Hello? Hello? Did you see the target fire there on those baits? Dark for a second thought he died. What the heck was that? I also thought he died for a second. That was a crazy fight. Holy crap. That was not okay. It was just not okay. Wait, is this still the Reaper medevac? These guys are gonna come in like 12 minutes into the game, take out 3 more drones and piss off. Dude, that was huge. Freaking huge. It looks a little bit closer now all of a sudden. Mine is gonna hit a Changeling, which is never what you want. Changelings can stay alive. Practically part of your army anyway. Gonna get another Mine Burrower. Needs to pick up. Probably. But no, I guess not. Byun's just gonna rip through those links like it's a zombie apocalypse. 2-2 has finished up right now. This is kind of crazy. Okay, here comes the Reaper drop. I think Dark is trying to attack here. I think Dark is pretty all-in with this. I also think he might just end up winning, and thus the all-in might work. This is very risky. Mines in the back taking out some reinforcing Banes. GG does get called. Dark gets the W. It felt like if Byun had a slightly better position, he might have been back in the game, but Dark does get the W. I'm honestly feeling very good about Byun's chances in this series. Very good. So he seems good in the early game, has a large diversity of build orders, but even when the early game doesn't go well, he still creates opportunities for himself. The Gresson was a good map for him, I think. What was the first map again? I can't remember anymore. That was a slaughter, the first map, is all I recall. And then... well, I can't even remember last map either. I literally have worms for brains. Okay, this map's going to be Neo-Humanity. I have no clue. Okay, usually Neo-Humanity is good for Terran, but maybe Dark likes it. Every single time I've seen Dark play on Neo-Humanity as of late, he's been going for some weird 1-1 roach timing into losing the game afterwards. Or he does Broodlord pushes as well on this map. He has an odd style of play, Dark. I don't think there's anything more frustrating than being a Dark fan. Well, maybe being a Harstem fan. Dark at least qualifies for the tournaments. But then he disappoints you later on, you know? It's like, oh, Dark, why? With me, you know, there's no real hope. Yeah, you go Harstem. It's like, wait, he's not on the participant list? What is this? Huh. You just pick someone else. You know, it's not the end of the world. Before the tournament starts, you already know I'm not there. So it's all doable. First map was Ancient, second Grassvan. Wait, no. It is... Byun is 2-0 already. He was 2-0. Right? Or did I just invent a map? No. First map was Babylon. Yeah. This was some fake news here. First map was Babylon. I can't believe I got fake news there. That's messed up. Bottom right, Dark. Top left, Byun for the Shopify Rebellion. Shopify. Oh, high ground wall. It's kind of cool. Or well, it's different at least. Not sure if it's cool. Things that are different aren't necessarily cool. For example, if you really like playing football, and then one day you show up to the football pitch and they're all playing the Harry Potter game on the brooms, Quidditch, like with the brooms in between their legs, then that's different, but that's definitely not cool because you want to play football and not Quidditch. Otherwise you would have signed up for a Quidditch club, not a football club. It's unbelievable. I can't believe they made Quidditch into a real game and they run around with the brooms. The first time I saw this I thought it was a joke. But I think there's actually like a college league somewhere in America. That's some slightly deranged behavior. Love to see it. Then again, I play StarCraft 13 hours a day, so... You know, everyone's allowed to their hobby. But maybe don't go for Quidditch. Although, because I think the good part about Quidditch aren't the actual rules of the game. The good part about Quidditch is the fact that they can fly on brooms, you know? The rest is pretty mediocre. This is like you going on a spaceship and on the spaceship is a polka band. You know, playing the polka. Then when you come back, people ask like, how was it? You're like, well, it was great. And like, all right, we're going to recreate that experience. You're like, yes, I'm going to go to space one more time. And then you just hire a polka band. It's like, well, it's not the same at all. It's the same with Quidditch. It's like the brooms that fly in the air. That is the cool part. The rest of the rules are pretty garbage. And probably the rules that would be fun with like I think there's 2 balls whose entire goal it is just to injure the players that are in the game. And then the other ones, you have to hit it at each other with baseball bats, basically. Like, I think that would be a good part as well, but that is probably too violent to be played. So yeah, the verdict is negative, in my opinion. Not happy with Quidditch. Perhaps workers could set up e-commerce stores for some extra income once the resources on the map run out. This is an idea that I have used before in the past. What is this? It's a run by. It's not gonna do anything. Gets a scout. I think that might be enough. If he kills this SCV, it's worth it. Oh my god. RNG is so broken. I also swear that it always favors Terran. Like, when is the last time you've seen an SCV just kind of transfer into the arms of a drone? It never happens. They always transfer away from whatever is attacking it. You know, pew! I go to the other side. Building on the other side of the building is freaking frustrating. Oh, it's a Roach Warren. He lost an Overlord, builds a Roach Warren. I don't think that's a coincidence. Lambo was right all along. This could just be defensive Roach. No, it's too early for the gases. So if Byun scouts these gases, that's big. He's also not playing a real build, by the way. I think Byun thought this was going to be a gasless opener. But Byun was wrong. This was an opener with gas. It's going to be 42 drones and a Ravager Ling all in. I think this might actually work. Because this build seems legitimately quite bad. There's a Cyclone. Funnily enough, is that... Wait, Dark is not all inning? Oh, maybe because he scouted the fact that Banshees are being built. He was going to all in, though. Like, let's not pretend like that wasn't the case here. He took his gases way too early, otherwise. Still building 5 Roaches, but these will be defensive. What? Oh, I thought these Marines were without a medevac, but they're with a medevac. This looks cool. This is fake. Like, this is so obviously fake. Byun so doesn't buy this. He just dropped right into this. He's like, mate, you're not really attacking me. I am attacking you. It's like the, I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. Dum, dum, dum. It's kind of what Byun just pulled here. Gonna be kiting a bit. This Banshee's not doing a great job in the kiting. Has only shot a single time. Marines are gonna end up dying. Cyclone. Could get picked up. There's a choking oxygen. Holy crap. Sorry. My apologies. It's been a while since I choked on pure air. Holy crap, that's impressive. Sorry for that. Forgot how to breathe there for a second. To be fair, I only have 29 years of experience. So it happens to the best. These two bad boys do have cloak, don't they? Yeah. Is there an overseer yet? Yep, there is. No transfuse means one queen will end up dying. Forward base being taken is the forward one. As overall, Byun's position still very playable. Not a great early game for either player necessarily, I don't think so. Relatively close in resources lost. It was a triple CC opener, and it was decently greedy here out of Dark. If he throws down an infestation pit right now, which is kind of what I'm expecting, and then a Spire, I think I might just pull my hairs out. I would be very upset. I much prefer seeing, just a 1-1 all in, which is actually what he might be doing. So the fourth gas is just for extra Ravager gas. Because he's only on 71 workers and he's building a crap ton of roaches. Second factory about to finish up. There's 2 Banshees though. So you're gonna need queens with the push. Like, if the Banshees are at home and there's 2 tanks set up, I don't see this work. It's gonna be Burrow and Tunneling Claws. And a Nidus Network. Alright, Nidus Network all in, coming out of Dark. There is no vision in the main base right now for Byun. That could be pretty big. Well, that is pretty big. If you believe that Byun is going to hold this incoming all in, type a 1 in the chat. If you think that he's not going to hold and he's going to die, type a 2. You can see what you guys have to say, and then I'll give you my analysis on the situation as well. Okay, a couple of 2s. A lot of 2s. A lot of 2s. Okay, it's a mixed bag here, a very mixed bag. I think it depends a bit how much is going to end up entering the Nidus here. The moment roaches enter the main base, there's nothing in position. Oh, this is big. If this SCV moves properly, it might see the Nidus. The Nidus needs to be built here towards the right. It is huge, because with tunneling claws, it could be kind of big. Turrets are being constructed everywhere. Oh, he builds it right on top of it? People that have typed 2 in the chat now in shambles. There's a lot of tanks here, but the Marines are being forced back home. Banshee's still there as well as the Marines come back in position. 1 tank dies. Biles end up missing as this gets taken out purely by the SCVs. Holy crap. I don't think it was necessarily a bait Nidus. There were some roaches in that thing. I think it was about 12. Yeah, these roaches were in the Nidus. Why would he build it right next to the turret? What type of... Well, Byun is so comfortable in his position that he believes he can attack. I am not sure if this is the call, mate. This was like, you're still being all in. Byun can't believe that he's still being all in. He starts attacking. This is such a big mistake. This is a blunder. This is a huge blunder. He's gonna lose the fort base now as a result. And now he wants to counterattack. Oh no, he accidentally started a base trade. This is terrible for him. Now, this fort is toast. It's not even going to get a cancel. This fort base is also toast, though. Tanks are going to siege up. This fight might still be somewhat okay for Byun, cost efficiency-wise, but I don't actually think it is. No, Byun. This is a throw. This is a huge throw. Loses his entire tank count. 5 tanks have gone down. 4 of those were on the map. Technically... still is in an okay position. He's gonna get to 2 quicker than his opponent, has 3 tanks in position, and has a lot of bio as well. If he micros this properly, doesn't catch any big hit, 2 finishes up. Look at this! He's still winning anyway. This is ridiculous. This build was not it, Bidar. This build was not it. Come on, okay, Byun. Like, surely this time we're not gonna move out with all of our tanks for a second time in a row now, are we? Fort base going up in the main base. I do like that one. Like, maybe try to get a scan on your opponent's main to see if Hive is even starting yet. Because if there's no Hive on the way, there's lit... No. Let's just sit back. Sit back and relax and do nothing. Maybe get a sensor tower. Now, I am not biased, but I'm in the same team as Byun, so I hope he wins. So I am biased. This fort base, once... Okay, now we have a Hive on the way. If Byun were to scan right now, I'd say, yeah, let's go across the map and attack. It's no problem whatsoever for me. We have a forward turret. You could also just slowly leapfrog. There's no reason to go as quick as he would want. Oh, what? Did you just poop on the starport? Some deranged behavior by that overseer. I actually think we're lacking medevacs. This is also interesting. +3 armory for +3 attack. This is not some brilliant play. This is a mistake that Byun tends to make very often. I wish his +3 had started already. That would be freaking huge. Like, his armor doesn't actually do so much. This was an okay fight for a little bit. He's gonna need to be kind of careful, though. Without tank backup, he doesn't have a great army. Infestor's on the way out. This medevac is... Okay, let's take a look at the first-person view here out of dark. He sees it. He knows it. Spore is in position. There's no micro on this medevac. And thus, it is going to die. Fort base now in position. Will it be an orbital? I think so. Yeah. This is a typical Byun move. Fort base as an orbital, not as a planetary. I love it. Because money is funny. Very nice. +3 finally on the way. 2 Vipers as well. Vipers are necessary for Dark to do, honestly, do anything useful in this game. Because without Vipers, he's never going to win. Poff, poff. Infestor getting closer to having energy for stuff, which is also important. Ghost Academy now on the way. I'm kind of afraid. I'm kind of afraid here that we're heading into a game in which both players will be afraid to do something. And it will have a passive campfest. Byun has scanned his opponent. Dark is the one that's attacking into this. Which is the last thing I would have expected. That was not on my bingo card anymore in this game. That was kind of connecting though. Some okay trades. +3 vehicle weapons about to finish up already. Now don't get me wrong, I love this Link transition, Link Bane specifically, but once +3 vehicle is out and you can start producing Hellbats, those Links are practically going to be useless. Dark is expanding all over the map. I like how aggressive he is trying to take this forward base, right? He's saying, hey, if we're going to go into a split map scenario, hold that thought as we have a decently sized engagement. Dark is doing much better than I thought he would. The problem is going to be the disengaging. Well, actually, it's not going to be a problem at all. 2 Biles hit with Ghost. That was all he needed because Ravagers get one-shot by Ghost. So if there's too many Ghosts alive and you lose everything on the ground, and it's snipe, 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 and all your Ravagers end up dying. It's kind of expensive to rebuild those. There's a Banshee here. Now, the reason why I love this is because it seems to be heading in the direction of a pure split map scenario. And in that case, taking your opponent's bases is a key move. It really is. We have a Hydra then on the way. We have Pathogen Glens coming in as well right now. There's so many freaking Ghosts. 5th base is also going to be an orbital. And we have a 6th and a 7th command center. 6th is finished up. 7th is almost done. +3 vehicle weapons. It's about to finish up. More Liberators. Why are we getting a 2nd armory? Does he want ship weapons and vehicle plating at the same time, maybe? It's possible. Would be kind of weird, though. Byun is just playing from a very kind of compact position. He's gonna hold up over here. He's going to die. He needs to cancel that. Need to be so careful, though, with these Ravagers. Because the moment... Oh, they're gonna be Nidus networks. I think we're gonna see some Nidus networks here. Oh yeah, this is a Nidus party. It's empty, though. It's fake. It's a bait. It's bait. The head's bait, my friend. Here comes the real attack. With the Links, with the Banes, with the Ravagers. Lots of Liberators in position. Orbital can just lift, of course. This was a terrible fight for Dark. Legitimately garbage. It's down 7k in the resources lost right now. As he'll have to reach deep into his bank in order to get close to maxing out. That was not a good fight. That was not a good fight at all. We have the Infernal Pre-Igniter on the way, which is going to allow Hellbats to one-shot Links. This is a huge thing, because Dark loves these heavy Link compositions. Once more, this is not going to be a very successful fight. One Liberator gets taken out, but the moment you attack into tanks, it usually isn't great. Orbital Command lifts up, loses 2 SCVs, and I think 1 or 2 Banes do end up dying. I mean, I'm just having a really difficult time seeing how Dark is planning on breaking his opponent. Dark is playing this as if this is not going to be a pure split map scenario. Or that it isn't already. Like, we're now in a situation where Broodlords might be good. Viper's gonna get sniped. Ghost will also get taken out. This setup is beautiful, by the way. This CC is getting lower and lower. A couple of Links coming in from the side. Might actually get something done. Quick raise there on the depots. Once more, here comes Dark. 1 CC gets cancelled. 2nd CC doesn't get cancelled and just dies. Okay, we have 1 Hellbat. Okay, we have a bunch of Hellbats now here. That means that if there's no Banelings to deal with that, I don't think this army is beatable. You need Banelings to deal with that. And a lot of Banelings. If even 1 or 2 Hellbats survive, all of your Links are useless. Like, literally all of them. Okay, there comes 1 Infestor. Hellbats A move, Hellbats A moves. Gonna pick up the Hellbats here accidentally. Look at this. Puff, 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 puff. Insane damage output on these guys. And despite it looking like Dark was the one that caught Byun, all these fights will end up being okay. All these fights will end up being okay. You need something that can deal with Hellbats ahead of time, and I don't think that unit exists. So what I'm saying is that I don't think it's possible for this army composition to deal with the Hellbat. You'll need to play Broodlord Infestor, I think, and just play it out differently. Now, this Nidus might actually go up. He's gonna enter it. Ooh, he's gonna get a second Nidus. Doesn't quite work out, though. Doesn't quite work out. Almost felt like bait by Byun, saying, hey, come into that Nidus. I don't give a crap. It's all good. It's all alright. Hellbat's over. Here, look at this. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. 9 kills, 14 kills. Poof. This base now under heavy fire. I wouldn't even mind if Byun were to lose a couple of units here. I think it actually would be good for him. And when I say units, I mean SCVs. He's rebuilding them in them SCVs, though. I don't like that. Orbital count is at 8. So, I mean, we have plenty of minerals. Dark, despite having these bases for a long time, hasn't mined a mineral or a single bit of gas. That is a blunder. Because he could have taken so much money away from this base, could have taken so much money away from this base and from this base, which should have the priority. Right now, Byun doesn't actually need to deny these bases. Byun is not in a hurry at all. The only thing that Byun needs is to get another base at some point so that he keeps having cash. But for the late game, he doesn't care. As long as he's going to get a split map, he will get better trades eventually. So it literally doesn't matter. Here come Lynx. Look at this. Poof! Look at these Hellbats. Puff, puff, puff. They just disappeared. Like they weren't even there. Like they weren't even there. 138 supplied to 190. It's insane unit in the late game, the Hellbat. Insane. Completely shuts down any type of Ling run by. Completely shuts it down. 15k up in the resources lost. This is a half-baked push. Like 2.5 Hellbats, 3 ghosts, a Liberator, and a tank. These ghosts are gonna die. There's just not enough gas for Dark. Dark is dead. He has been bested by the king. King Byun. Didn't build a single planetary. No, that's a lie. He has a random planetary over here. That I do love. Now finally Dark is starting to mine this base, but he's already lost the split map scenario. Split map is a thing of the past. Well, actually. A bunch of SCVs have now gone down, and I feel like Byun is almost spread too thin. He's gonna scout. See that there's a base up here. Killed a couple of bases. Needs to still be careful, though. Because he doesn't have that much cash as to fall back on, you know? Gets a pickup, which is clean. Hellbat still going strong. 29 kills on that one Hellbat just now. Very fun. A couple of Hellbats moving in over here as well. So a random ghost is with this army. You need Banes to deal with this, dude. Look at this. Dude, they're eating you alive. The ghost with the snipe will also be huge, of course. They're eating him alive. Liberators starting to attack Overseers is something you don't see every day. I honestly feel like Byun is playing too sloppy at this point. I really don't think he needs to do this. He can just set up a big push or just kind of take it. He needs some mining, that's for sure. Like, drop a couple of mules, dude. Look how much energy we have. That is 15 mules. Oh, 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 there's no Hellbat here. Only tanks, and that means that maybe these Lynx can get a couple of kills. We see 2 tanks being taken out, big blinding cloud. A 3rd tank gets taken out. The defensive setup still a little bit too strong. Turrets helping out against those Overseers. Against the Vipers as well, as I think the Viper went down. This base will fall. 136 applied to 131. Please. Okay, here we go. We have some mules. Look at that income go up. 7 mules. We have more, though, where that came from. You could throw down like 10 more. Not really necessary, but you could. 4k mineral income at the moment. And don't forget that building Marines and Hellbats is always a viable plan for Terran. There's legitimately no gas units at all for Dark. He has no gas income to speak of. He has like what? He has 4 gases mining at this moment. He could still mine from these, though. But I guess he also needs minerals. Like, he just needs everything. That's the problem. That is the problem. But without gas units, there's no point. You can't fight Hellbats. You just can't. You can't. Lynx do not trade versus Hellbats. So Terran can efficiently harass with pure minerals, while Zerg can do the same thing. Once again, not a single Hellbat here on the bottom. No, actually, never mind. There's 2. That should be enough. Look at this. Freaking links, man, getting blasted. 152 supply to 133. This base might be in a bit of trouble. All the links have disappeared though, and that means it's pure Hydra. Actually, maybe this is completely fine. And at the same time, this also is being killed. Well, GG. GG gets called here. And Byun gets the W, not just for himself, but also for his team. The Shopify Rebellion. Shopify. And that means right now that it's going to be time for an epic, very epic PvP. Now, usually I'm not much of a PvP enjoyer. Actually, that's a lie. I'm a huge PvP enjoyer. I'm what they refer to as a Protoss versus Protoss simp. I often donate to Protoss versus Protoss streamers. I subscribe to Protoss versus Protoss streamers. So it's just European tosses who only play PvP on the ladder. I love that matchup. And we're gonna see the highest level of play here. herO versus MaxPax. But both of them have vastly different styles. Vastly different styles. So different, it's hard to imagine that both of them can be the highest level player. Or one of the highest level players. Let me just take a sip here. Delicious. Two more best of fives for today. I'm gonna probably, once I enter this game, I'll take a small break so I can take a snack. I wanna eat an apple, I think. Holy crap. Thank you, Charles Edward Cheese, once more with the $200 Renos. That's very kind, Charles Edward Cheese. This is the second time you have a crazy donation. I'm truly starting to believe, with a name like that, Charles Edward, that you're British royalty. And Cheese as a last name isn't real. So, you made that up. Isn't there a prince that is called Charles Edward or something? Prince Charles Edward. Duke of Saxe, Coburg and Gotha. Oh, he died though. Oh, never mind. In 1954. Okay, so this guy doesn't exist anymore. My bad. Oh, there's a guy called Prince Charles right now that is in office. Oh, he's the king. Prince Charles. It looks so funny, no? Whenever you see royalty, don't you often feel like they're just cosplaying? Like, look at this crap. Wait, I'm gonna get this thing on. How do I do that again? Yep. Open in File Explorer. It doesn't look real, no? Like it's a TV show or something. But then this is what the TV shows are based on. It just looks so silly to me. Like with all the clothes and stuff. And that the rest of the country also pretends that it's real. I just don't understand it at all. I never quite... We also have a king. It's just as funny. But I don't think they dress as funky as these guys do. I don't think Harstem knows about Chuck E. Cheese. No, I know Chuck E. Cheese. That's the guy that... Okay, I don't know who that is. Is that a restaurant, Chuck E. Cheese? Family entertainment center chain. For birthday parties, pizza and arcade games. It's co-founded by Atari's co-founder, Nolan Bushnell. Chuck E. Cheese is a mouse though, it's not a real person, you know, right? I figured that out by looking at their logo. It's a fictional character. Oh, it's Charles Edward Cheese? I didn't know that. Can you post the updated scoreboard, please? I don't know what that means. I don't get it. What do you mean, the updated scoreboard? There's a new series. It's 0-0. Wait, I was gonna get an apple. I'll be right back. I'm in the lobby already. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna make it happen. Sorry, I need some snacks every now and again. I'm not great at this, what do you call it? The not eating. Okay, we have a game. I'll mute myself for a second, but I'll still do the observing. Unless all of you are really keen on hearing me eat, but I assume not.
Combat is upon us.
unironically the most exciting early game I've seen in my life in PvP. MaxPax, I think, wins the game here. He has a battery in the main, and there's no recall available anymore, so the only thing he can do right now is a stasis warp. Gonna go to the natural, but there's a battery he can pull to as well, so he's gonna lose one worker. I think stasis warp probably would have been better. Well, it's gonna get 2 workers in the end. It's not the end. But the rest of the game is pretty much the end. So, in what way does herO have a better position? So he has a better eco right now, but he's down 4 Phoenixes. He's gonna get a second Stargate a little bit quicker and has more gas income as well, which is kind of big. But at the same time, oh, he doesn't even have energy for a super battery, which is kind of wild. And if MaxPax was aware of that, that might be a big thing. It's so hard to make up for being down in Phoenixes, honestly. Okay, that's a dead Phoenix now as well, because you can just get camped on top of your Stargate. So often playing Phoenix Wars against MaxPax is a bad call. herO had an absolutely atrocious early game as well. I'm not quite sure what he was doing with those Stalkers, but it looked painful. Oh, sorry, with the Oracle. It just got blocked. He didn't have supply available. It's like he invented this build order in the loading screen or something. So now the game, well, technically should be over. I'd be really surprised if herO is capable of coming back here, because he has no real counterplay. He's gonna have a slower fleet beacon, has less Phoenixes, so he's going to be down in everything. He needs to win a fight at some point, but he just keeps losing fights. He's lost 6 Phoenixes already, and he's only killed 2. Now here we have a super battery, but it doesn't even matter as this game is now over. And that means MaxPax is going to win game number 1 here. And that was played on the Western United States as well. So MaxPax had a way harder time controlling the units in this game than herO did. And in Phoenix Wars that is actually kind of big. But despite that, herO still did not manage to win. And I think this game will dictate how herO is going to play the rest of this series. I think after getting completely destroyed in a pretty much a mirror game, at least with the Stargate 1-gate expand, I don't think herO is going to try a standard game anymore. I think from here on out, herO is literally only going to be all-inning. Either all-inning or doing some tricks. These are the only things I can imagine. I'd be very surprised if he tries to go for a 1-gate mirror at any point in this series. Now, Babylon is the best map for the 1-gate mirror, so having that out of the way is, I guess, kind of nice in that way. I think MaxPax probably vetoed Grassfan. I don't know what herO vetoed. I'm surprised he didn't veto Babylon. It's kind of naive to think that he was going to beat MaxPax in a Phoenix mirror, when, or at least in a Stargate mirror. Like, MaxPax is really good in Stargate mirrors. And herO, I mean, he's good as well, but he's not MaxPax. And I think it shows there. It really does show. So one thing that I didn't quite get was why herO was supply blocked. Did he just forgot what his build order was? Like, it made no sense. So if you look at the... Wait, we're in the game already? But you can't see this. Sorry, I thought I was gonna not get invited, so... now we don't have the thing. But basically, the first unit was like 10 seconds later for herO than it was for MaxPax, which is kind of silly. You know? It's not okay. It's really not okay. Okay, game 2 is about to start as well. Exciting thing. herO lost because he wasted on an Oracle. What do you mean he wasted on an Oracle? He lost because his build order wasn't great, and I think because MaxPax just understands this particular Stargate versus Stargate scenario much better. I don't understand why you would play this unless you have something very special prepared. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just made a mistake in the build. He's gonna try it again. I'd be surprised though. All right, MaxPax up 1-0 here against herO. Top left is MaxPax playing for Storm Gaming, and in the bottom right we have herO, who is going to open up with another low ground pylon. Okay. I mean, I respect it, but I also think it's stupid. It's like the guys that go base jumping, you know? I respect their courage, but I'm not sure how wise of a decision it is if you want to preserve your life for as long as possible. gateway is going to be thrown down here. Gonna have an assimilator perhaps. On the way as well. There you go. Wondering if he has something else planned. Because I hope it's not... I mean, I kind of like the setup, honestly, that he went for. Don't get me wrong, I didn't think it was too bad. It's just... I usually like MaxPax's responses much more. That's the real issue. Ooh. For a second, I thought MaxPax was going to try to get the Nexus down, but he didn't. Just going to get the Cybernetics core instead. Both players kind of laid on that Cyber core. Now we're going to have a... well, pretty much a straight-up mirror once more. A slightly faster Zealot here for herO. Just ever so slightly quicker. And he's mining a lot of gas, so it has to be Stargate. Like, there's no alternative here. At least not that I'm familiar with. There's even a bit more gas than MaxPax. And MaxPax already goes pretty heavy on the gas usually, so that's wild. Yeah, we see the Stargate being thrown down for both players. herO opens up with the Adept this time. Could cancel though and get the Nexus. Was close. I think he wanted to. I really think he wanted to. I think he's going to. No, he's not going to cancel the Adept, but he's going to get the Nexus down. herO at the same time lost his probe on the other side of the map. And as such is not going to get any confirmation as to what is happening. The Zealot is moving across. MaxPax always very keen on getting information. But it's also going to be keen on getting hit in the face by this Adept if he isn't careful. Whoop! Barely moves out of vision. Oh. Moved through a bit of that vision range there in the end. Zealot versus Zealot should technically be a good fight for herO, because he can use the probe for 1 or 2 extra hits. Can bug it through. Isn't quite doing that. Phoenix versus Phoenix. Okay. I prefer this setup for herO than what he was doing last game, but I'm not a huge fan, because now we're playing on the Central United States servers. You guys can see it in the top left here. And Central is significantly better ping for Europeans than it is for Koreans. So yeah, I am surprised. MaxPax also getting a better end of this initial trade. There's 2 Phoenixes out for herO right now. He's gonna probably try and move in. He's gonna get a lift off. It's kind of wild to make that play, honestly. It's so risky. Here comes MaxPax. Starts targeting the Phoenix in the back. MaxPax is always aggressive. Always aggressive. He throws down another Chrono Boost on this Phoenix. Gets a second Stargate. I'll start the next one. Once again, I respect herO for doing this. We'll see if he's going to succeed. MaxPax is very good in these situations. No Warp Gate for either player. Just going into that standard Phoenix stuff. Zealot versus Adept. Do believe that herO has slightly more assets still, because he hasn't lost his Adept quite yet, but at the same time it's just really a matter of time. This Zealot is looking for something. Forecast slightly faster here for MaxiPaxi as well. But might be down 1 Phoenix. No, he's actually up a Phoenix temporarily. I wonder why that is. Maybe just a better build order? This Adept is looking to see if there's a third yet. 37 workers at 38. And this is a pretty standard setup for Phoenix versus Phoenix. Neither player too keen on moving out. Usually it is MaxPax who kind of breaks that stalemate. He also managed to be up by 1 Phoenix now for some reason. He has it. Same time, herO is about to finish his. And MaxPax is eyeing something here. He definitely is. We have a third Stargate on the way for herO. So this is a real odd approach. As this Adept now gets in here, is going to get 2 worker kills. So that's actually some damage. I'm not sure if this Adept is going to die. Need to be careful there. Yeah, barely going to die. So that means that herO is going to all in. He's going for a Phoenix all in. And he needs to hit a timing. in which his opponent is researching fleet, well, builds the fleet beacon and then gets the anti-impulse crystals. If herO hits after anti-impulse crystals is done, he's going to be in serious trouble. If he can hit before though, he might be up just, it's really a very small amount. It's 1 or 2 phoenixes he will be up. Maybe 3 phoenixes if he's fairly lucky. His pylon's gonna be built here. MaxPax currently up in phoenixes and starts his anti-impulse crystals. So now the timer starts. That is 64 seconds left. herO has not scouted that there was a fleet beacon, so he might believe that he has more time than he actually does. Oh, we're so close to this thing finishing right now. No fleet beacon at all on the way here for herO. herO's up 3 phoenixes. This is the timing he needs to hit. This is the only timing he can hit. And he ain't hitting yet. He ain't hitting yet. There's 20 more seconds. MaxPax, now is not the timing to joke around. Now is the timing to wait for anti-impulse and go for it. Okay, he wants to hit with anti-impulse right away. Is herO going to counterattack or is he going to move across the map? I think herO's going to counterattack actually. So it's a base trade, except neither party can kill... well, can kill buildings. So both most likely going to lose a lot of workers here. and then it's all about routing the reinforcements properly as well. Like that's going to be a huge deal here. 25 workers to 27. I think herO is winning this because he has more lifts. So he's gonna get more money. As we have just camping going on right now on top of these Stargates. It is 16 versus 19. Okay, 1 more Phoenix gets taken out. Oh, this one does escape. 17 to 19. There is a 3rd base up for both players. It's all going to be about this incoming fight. And 17 versus 19, but with anti-impulse crystals, should be good for MaxPax. And if this isn't good for MaxPax, then I don't know what will be good. He's looking for that fight, but he isn't finding it yet. And he needs to start looking a little bit harder in my mind. Because he's down in workers, mate. Hello? Fight now or never is the call. It's going to be an Oracle, which is an interesting one. MaxPax is looking for that fight. Down 2 Phoenixes right now. Down 1 Phoenix. No, 2 Phoenixes again. Just keeps going up and down. Unbelievable. Here we go. Anti-impulse crystals. MaxPax in a moment of not paying attention gets jumped upon. 14 versus 16. MaxPax loses this fight and thus loses the game. Did not pay attention for legit half a second. See if we can catch that over here in the first person out of MaxPax. Look at this. Goes back to deal with the Zealot. He's dead. Because he wasn't moving. If you're moving, then it's all fine. But he needed to accelerate and then his opponent was on top of him. He lost the game because he was down 2 Phoenixes. God, I love Phoenix versus Phoenix. Enticing thing to watch, isn't it? MaxPax doesn't have the best PvP Phoenix game anymore. That's indeed how it works. If you lose once, you can be the best. He is now dethroned. Wait, they're already in the next game. Why do they start? They're all in a party, I think. But I'm not in that party. I'm scared of not being in there. Yeah, You know what worries me is that herO now thinks that Phoenix versus Phoenix is him favored. Which, honestly, looking at that game, I know it sounds stupid because he won. But I still felt like MaxPax played better. It's like, there was one moment, because MaxPax was in a position where he just needed a fight on his terms, kind of. And he could get it at any point. He just got distracted by one side. I mean, that was a good move by herO. Like, he clutched it out, but maybe I'm just too afraid of playing Phoenix myself. You know, maybe that's the issue. I'm just projecting here. And herO's completely fine. He's like, what? MaxPax good in PvP? No way. I beat him all the time. Like, all right. Your call, buddy. Let's see what he's gonna do, though. Once again, sending it down. So we'll head in for that 1 gate expand. That is exciting. Very exciting. Yeah. PvP. Don't pay attention for a millisecond, then you're dead. This pylon is in an odd position. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Is it? No, it's not. It should be fine. I think. It's in a weird position though, that's for sure. I think this is 5, this is 6. Yeah, it will be fine. He can fix this. He can fix this. This is a good pylon position. Gateway Cybercore, or Gate Cybercore, it's all fine. This is also fine, it's really no issue. But the hole is going to be on this side of the wall, which is annoying. You want the hole to be over here. Because you take this as your third, so that makes the worker transfer slightly faster. It's a very minor thing, but I think it's nice to have everything perfect. Okay, let's see what we're kicking off with here. It's a little bit laggy. That's what happens when you move to the western United States. .240 ping for me. MaxPax is going to be having something similar, and herO usually around, I want to say like 140, 130 maybe. So should be somewhat okay. Ooh, herO, this is a big move. He got to cancel the Zealot. So now MaxPax needs to do something, and he needs to do something aggressive most likely. I wonder how this is going to work out. So he's going to finish the Zealot, and perhaps even chrono boost an Adept here. Is it a chrono, or is it just slow? He's going to get it slow. No chrono on the Adept. herO is getting a battery in the wall and has a full wall with a Stargate. He's getting his own Adept out as well right now. We have a battery coming down from MaxPax. Needs one battery extra ideally. Gets it. Maybe needs one more. Gets it. If he wants to, he can get it. If he wants to, he can get it. If he wants to, he can get it. The problem as well... Wait, hello? I said if he wants to, he can get it. Throw it down. There you go. The problem right now is that this battery is in the wall. So that means the battery can be attacked. Usually you have the pylon in the wall and the battery in the back. It's a little bit better, in my opinion. It's going to build a Phoenix here, as MaxPax opens up with an Oracle. This is a very standard opener if someone cancels Zealot and builds a Nexus. Now, theoretically, this is favored for herO. He needs to get a super battery though on this. Maybe he doesn't? He should have gotten a super battery on that. He's not doing a great job. Okay, now he gets a super battery. It's a little bit late though. Oracle on the way to the main base. There is a battery there as well. Doesn't even really need the shade there yet then. Second Phoenix now out. Oracle's going to get a stasis in the main base. herO's going to pull ahead in this game. Unless he gets stasis completely. Ooh, he sends it. I think that's a mistake, no? Gonna have to recall. I would have preferred a stasis here. He's gonna need to recall. I said he's gonna need to recall. He's gonna need to recall. He doesn't recall. Loses the Adept as well. Very reasonable start here. If herO can get the confirmation that this is indeed Phoenix, herO is just ahead. herO is just ahead right now. And by quite a bit as well. He's still gonna take out this pylon. So the extra supply isn't even real. MaxPax is down a Phoenix. MaxPax kind of getting outmaneuvered here in the early game. As once again we're going into a Phoenix war. This personally is one of my... Oh my god. No, we're not going in a Phoenix war. We're going into a Twilight Council follow-up. Oh no, herO. This is in range as well. You see that? Warp Gate is being researched. And this is all being done very transparently in vision of this pylon. Now, it could be a fake. You don't know that. But if I were MaxPax, I'd be a little bit worried. I'd be, you know... A warned man counts for 2. He needs to be mentally prepared for this. He's gonna lose this pylon, which sucks. You have a Dark Shrine. So this is really the cheesiest of follow-ups you could go for. I think MaxPax... He feels comfortable right now, which is not a good place for MaxPax to be in if you're herO. That means perhaps... Oh. herO's gonna counterattack with his Phoenixes. I think MaxPax has figured it out. Look at the Warp Gate. The Warp Gate chrono is so transparent here. Yeah. So it's going to be a full-on base rate. MaxPax needs to get a scout off right now. He absolutely desperately needs to get a scout. Well, he has a lot of time left. What am I saying? This is super fine. So MaxPax should have been dead in this game. Now in a position where he is probably fine. He's gonna have a Phoenix lead for years to come. Absolutely. Because he has double Stargate. His opponent doesn't have Blink yet, has a useless Dark Shrine, and herO can't go back home. So as long as this Oracle dies... Yeah, okay, well, it's gonna get cancelled. Oh, cancel as well on the Dark Shrine. Hey, there's just going to be more energy here, you know what I'm saying? Oh, these Phoenixes can't go through a super battery, can they? Oh my god, they can. Phoenixes! You need to somehow get these Phoenixes out of these Stargates. I think MaxPax is not doing a good job on that quite yet. It's gonna get this one out though, which is nice. Oh my god, he recalled. I didn't even realize that. I don't think herO realized either. Yeah, herO just dies now. Lol. Well, it's not over, but it's pretty freaking bad. No, actually, it might be over. There's 3 gateways. Yeah, there's 3 gateways. So there's going to... Even if there's 8 Stalkers, that's not enough. Because you need 5 Stalkers in each base. If you have less than 5 Stalkers in each base, you might as well not try to defend at all. So herO's just going to lose workers. Ooh, it's going to jump on the Stalkers. Nice individual control there on the Phoenix. I'd prefer actually getting a couple of worker kills, though. Forcing your opponent to all in into you. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful stuff here, MaxPax. There are 5 gateways out, so that means that this is going to be the attack that matters. There is no pilot. That means that the next Immortal can start. That is actually kind of a big deal here. That is a pretty huge deal. It is 33 workers to 41. If MaxPax doesn't die, he wins. However... it is technically possible that he dies if herO blinks in right away, because Phoenix is right now not in position on the wrong side of the road. This Immortal Shield is going to get popped. MaxPax, hello, where are the Phoenixes? They're coming in right now. It's way too late. It's going to lift a lot of... Oh, denies the DPS. That was real smart, but it doesn't work out. Because now all of these are going to drop again. There's no energy. This is a real close game all of a sudden. I don't think it should have been. Had these Phoenixes gone home just a bit quicker, might still be fine though. That MaxPax, he wet the bed there a little bit. He definitely wet the bed. Oh, some major bedwetting going on there. But it's all good. It's all good. The Immortal is out. We have a blink forward. We have a couple of lifts. And life is going to be okay again for El Maximus Paximus. We'll lose this Immortal, but at this point the Phoenixes are going to regenerate stuff at a rapid enough rate that it won't matter. Like, you can't outproduce the Phoenix energy regeneration. And then at some point there's going to be another Immortal. Phoenix count continues to grow as well, so yeah, it's pretty much over. GG. This was well, not a throw, but a winning position by a significant amount for herO that he threw that lead out of the window. He had a lead, and then he didn't have a lead anymore because he took a massive risk with that Dark Shrine. Now, this is the way that herO plays. He plays less consistent than MaxPax. And yeah, sometimes you're just going to get punished for that, even if you are ahead. I think the safer play would have been to play Phoenix Mirror, because then, you know, you can be the aggressive one. You're up 1 or 2 Phoenixes. You're up in eco as well. So just everything is better. That shows that Blink Stalkers don't work versus Phoenix. Well... It shows that he didn't go Blink Stalkers. He played DT. Like, he went for a Dark Shrine, like a gamble, and it didn't work. I don't think we can blame that one on Blink Stalkers. Well, we could try. I don't think it's fair, though, for the Blink Stalker. I mean, Blink Stalkers generally is good people. Blink Stalkers. We like Blink Stalkers. I am a Blink Stalker fanatic, personally. Because if there was Blink... and he had like 7-8 Stalkers at home, and then counterattacks with those Phoenixes and takes out 15 workers, maybe it's actually an okay position. But because he was so focused on that Dark Shrine, it's not such a great position. I guess his Warp Gate also wasn't done. I feel like his Warp Gate might have just started too late for it to have proper Blink Stalker stuff. Oh well, it's so hard. Then MaxPax, good in PvP, man. Why no Archons? Yeah, or Tempest? Or Mothership? Or why didn't he just build 5 carriers? It's also a good question. But the reason for it is because you can't get there. So here you saw what happened when herO tried going into a Dark Shrine. Just the investment of the Dark Shrine means that you have to cut Phoenixes, and you can't win any battle anymore at that point. That is the issue. So if you're teching into Archons, which technically is a good counter to the Phoenix, but by the time you get to the Archon, you're dead. Also, you can't kill someone with just 1 Archon. You'll need 3 or 4 Archons. So before the Archon is even useful for you, like we're 5 minutes further into the game. So you've invested a lot of in this tech that is not going to help you at all for a very long time. And as a result, doing anything that isn't Phoenix in a Phoenix mirror usually kills you. The only real transition we sometimes see is the carrier, because a carrier comes natural from the fleet beacon, and you always need a fleet beacon for any impulse crystals. So if someone gets any impulse crystals and then goes into carrier afterwards, if 1 carrier is out, that carrier is so valuable that it is worth the risk. But you can't just start teching into Archons, because even if you get 1 Archon, and you have, imagine it's 16 Phoenix versus 20 Phoenix, and the 16 Phoenix player has an Archon, the Phoenixes can just fly away from the Archon and go to a different base, clear all the workers for free, and the Phoenixes can't engage until the Archon is there, but the Archon can't fly. So that's an issue. Then you say, well, why don't you get a Prism so the Archon can fly? Well, then you're investing into a Robo, and you're investing into a Prism, and also a Prism is gonna get sniped perhaps, and then you insta lose the game. Like, Phoenixes are so fast, they can be in multiple bases basically at the same time due to their flying ability. And this is kind of what I had expected out of herO anyway, is just him all-inning. I'm surprised to not see Gressman vetoed. I wonder what he did veto then. I'm thinking. Maybe Ancient Cistern? Yeah, I think he vetoed Ancient Cistern, and the final map is going to be Royal Blood. Because herO probably vetoed Neo-Humanity then. I think that's what happened here. Most def. Most definitely. Nexus first. Let's see what this is going to be. Second pylon proxy. Quickly, tell me what it will be. Robo, Stargate, or Twilight? Or Gateway. We have 4 options. Go, go, go! Robo, Stargate, Twilight, or Gate. It is one of the 4. Ba-da-ba-da-da. Stargate. I kind of like it, honestly. I think it's the... How would you call it? The least all-in version of all of them. Like, it is the one that has the best thing. I'm trying to get my chat to work again. It's pissing me off. Dark Shrine. Good calls. No Void Race? No, it's going to be Oracle. Void Ray proxy is not viable against this particular build. Battery in the natural. Love to see it. I need to do the score as well, I'm sorry. Such a poor observer here. My bad. Probe's gonna get taken out, double adepts are out. This is on west? No, it's on central, sorry. Of course, it's the 4th game. Who's currently in the lead? Yeah, it's MaxPax. My bad, I didn't put it properly. This adept could be in a bit of trouble. It's trying to shade away. Should probably be shading back home, although this Stalker finishes up right now. So life is going to be fine. This does get spotted, and now it's going to be Phoenix. Oh no. Wait, MaxPax built a Robo. He never does this. But it is fine. It is absolutely fine. Needs to cancel this temporarily. Sees that it's Phoenix. That is a huge deal. Gets in with the Adept as well. That is also a huge deal. So MaxPax has full info. Is going to be up 7 workers right now. Holy crap. Holy crap. This is so bad here. For herO. He's down 10 workers. He's gonna get Phoenixes, which are nice, but they're not great. They're decent enough, you know? And MaxPax is going to counterattack with 3-gate Prism. This feels a little bit improvised. Not a huge fan of the 3-gate Prism, personally. But... yeah, maybe? Maybe it can work. The thing is that herO, if herO uses all of his lifts, he literally doesn't have any units. That's not something you should forget. So, right now he's harassing the workers of MaxPax. If he doesn't harass MaxPax's workers, he's also in a bad spot. But he has no battery down here. He has no defense. He's gonna lose the only ground units he has if he ain't careful. Even if he is... ooh, MaxPax not with the greatest control there. Actually with pretty poor control there. He's gonna follow this up with a Twilight Council. I love the Oracle Call. That is going to annoy the ever-living crap out of these probes. We have a minor supply block. Actually, this is a pretty major supply block. This is going to force this pylon to finish up. We'll have 3 more Stalkers warping in right now. It's going to be 2 Stalkers and 4 Phoenixes versus 9 Stalkers, though. There is still no battery here on the low ground. Yes, this Oracle is going to do something, but is it going to do enough? I think no, because there is 1 defensive unit. As MaxPax is having a brilliant time here, taking out 1 Phoenix. Gonna take out a 2nd Phoenix, perhaps. Yes, that's targeted down. Going for number 3 right now. Did get surrounded, but the only asset that herO has in this game are these Phoenixes. So losing those is a pretty big deal. 5 workers have gone down against the Oracle. And despite, well, the pretty terrible start here for herO, I think this ended up okay. Way better than I had imagined it. Way, way better. Now, is herO ahead in this situation? Can we say, honestly, that herO is ahead? No, we can't. He also lost the Oracle for some reason. So MaxPax is instantly gonna check this as he's building a Dark Shrine right now. Oh, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. Oh, I wish he would have gone there with all of his Stalkers to deny that. Because then there would have been no detection at all. No detection whatsoever. We have an adept move heading in towards the main base. Is there Stalkers? Yeah, Stalkers going in towards the natural now. 4 gas up. Here we go. Maybe can get a couple of kills. 3 Stalkers in the net. Blink is going to be a viable thing to get here. Double Zealot warp in. Actually being more annoying than I think it ever should have been. We have this Oracle trying to get in towards the main base. Not quite going to get the deny on that scout, though. And that is very frustrating. So, who is ahead in what? Well, technically, tech-wise, I think MaxPax is ahead. Worker-wise, MaxPax is ahead. And unit-wise, MaxPax is ahead. And infrastructure... yeah, also MaxPax. So, the only advantage that herO has is this Oracle. That is the only advantage herO has. That's a pretty crap advantage to have. Okay, here comes the Oracle, waiting for a stasis. A revelation. It's gonna lose quite some probes though. There's a DT in the natural as well. There's a 3rd base on the way. MaxPax absolutely destroying his opponent right now. Despite this Dark Shrine being scouted, it doesn't even really matter. He's gonna continue warping in DT, saying, hey, you only have 1 Oracle. That means 1 revelation every X amount of seconds. He's just gonna warp in individual DTs. Look at this! He's just trickling them in. Ta-da! Who's having a good time? It's not you. 50 energy available. Next revelation gets used. But more and more DTs are just being warped straight into the main base. herO needs to deal with this, but he simply can't. As 14 workers have gone down, now the Prism finally dies. At the same time, MaxPax is knocking on this pylon's door. And no one's home and the pylon gets taken out. I can't believe that this is how MaxPax is gonna win. What a sick play. I hadn't even considered that. I thought, oh, it's been scouted. There's an Oracle. That's end of story. But it wasn't the end of story. It was just the beginning of the end for herO. 34 workers to 55. No 3rd base versus a 3rd base. 17 Stalkers to 16. Plus 1 on the way. Gateway count is 4 versus 4. And at this point, herO still can't move out because he doesn't have cannons in his base. What can our South Korean Protoss player do right now? Nothing. He needs to leave the game. He needs to piss off. It is time for Cure versus Ragnarok. MaxPax showing that he is not just strong in PvP, in PvT and PvZ, but he also is the current king of the Protoss versus Protoss matchup. So far, whenever these two have played, MaxPax in general has been the winner. majority of the time MaxPax has been the winner, and that will remain true. As a blink forward is not going to be good enough. The Stalker count is 23 to 16. Pro pool possibilities are still here. An Immortal has popped out. Cannon will help out as well, and this game is going to be over. Time to get out of here, son. Because this is MaxPax's game. Absolutely. Absolutely MaxPax's game. Another DT walks in towards the main base. There is no observer ready here either. The Oracle is going to be out of position, and I think this will be the GG. One more blink forward, but no point. GG gets called. MaxPax advances on into the next round of the winner bracket. And that means we have a fantastic looking winner bracket right now with a Protoss player. Which is normal because it was a PvP. Someone in the lower bracket. Solar versus herO in the losers bracket. Ooh, sheesh. That's a banger. That is a certified banger, ladies and gentlemen. Holy crap. That's going to be real fun. Oh, we need to go back to Korean server, I think, for Cure versus Ragnarok. Yep. No, MaxPax won. No? Why are you so low in your chair? Is this better? It's better for my posture as well. To be higher in my chair, I think. Okay, let's have a quick little glance here at the oh, what is this? At the bracket. So these are the games that we watched today. Serral versus Clem, Byun versus Dark, herO versus MaxPax. Up next is Cure versus Ragnarok. It's the final match of the day. And then tomorrow we're going downstairs. So we have, because Maru is in the lower bracket, obviously. We have Serral Lambo as the first match in the lower bracket. Dark versus Raynor. So 2 ZVZs, a ZVP, and hopefully Ragnarok loses. So we get Maru versus Ragnarok. I don't want to see 3 mirror matchups tomorrow, but either way, I'm gonna be here tomorrow. I'm gonna be here the day after as well, most likely. And then I'll be going over to Krefeld for a bonus Home Story Cup event. So, yeah, just figured I'd mention all of that real fast. Wait, where did my thing go? There you go. Oh, Champs-Élysées. Sorry, some guy just played an ad. I didn't actually play an ad yet. I'm sorry if that happened. At least I don't think I did. I usually wait like a minute or so after the game ends before I play an ad. I might have clicked it automatically. But I do one in between every series. Every best of 5 I play one ad about 30 seconds after the last game. So maybe I clicked it too fast. That's my bad then. What is your mic? My microphone is the SM7B. And I plug it into a Rodecaster. And I don't think I have a preamp into it. No, I don't think there's a preamp. Who's your hairstylist? It's a local. None of your business. I always look for the cheapest ones to figure out where I'm gonna go. Because it's very difficult to mess up my hair anyway. And even if you really mess it up, it's like, I don't think I care enough. It's loco? No, it's a local. Not loco. It's a local guy. Local. Local? Locale. El local. That's not local. They're in the game already. If you're forced to date one unit from StarCraft 2, what would you pick? I'd probably end myself. It's a deranged question. Who does Lambo think should cut your hair? I don't know, you ask him. Don't ask me questions that I should ask other people. It's messed up. Oh. Is it really easy to set up and start my own business using Shopify? Yeah, it is. If you're into e-commerce, yeah, of course it is. That's probably the easiest e-commerce platform. Yeah, 100%. I'd recommend it. Just have a look at it. And read some reviews from people that aren't sponsored by Shopify. See, it's beautiful to be sponsored by a great company like Shopify, because I don't have to hide, you know? I can tell you to go look at reviews or ask other people that have used it if they like it or not, because it's a good product. I don't have to lie. You don't have to listen to my opinion. All I have to do is bring it under your attention, and then I'm telling you to do your own research, because I believe in Shopify. You see? I don't have to sell you on this. It's unnecessary. There's nothing in it for me. You go on this journey yourself. Will we get Harstem merch on it soon? It's on the way. It's basically done. You'd be surprised how close it is to being done. It's right there, man. It's right there. You want a captain t-shirt? Yeah, so status is the same as the last 2 years? Status has not changed, yeah. I'm thinking of making polos with a little logo of a captain's hat. So in my mind, the ideal shirt is a shirt or just a piece of clothing where if someone that's in on it, you know, knows what it is, but if you're not in on it, it just looks like a normal shirt. I hate the shirts that if you wear it, it just screams that you're a nerd, you know? Like, yeah, like a massive picture of like some anime stuff on there or something. It's like, I ain't buying that. Like, that's dangerous. It's like you walk into someone that hates anime, it's over. No one dislikes a captain's hat. So it needs to be subtle. Also, shouldn't have too much text. Shirts with text are weird. Well, not weird, it's just distracting. Having giant letters, Stardog 2 and Harstem on the back. Tiny captain on the front. Stardog on the back. I thought of that. Why did Ragnarok change his name? Byun is his actual name. It's it's obviously spelled different in Korean. So in Hangul, but it's pronounced. So this is I think it's called the Romanized version of his IRL name. So he sometimes plays under Shin Byun or Byun Shin. It's one of the two. I don't know the order exactly. But that's his real name. His nickname is still Ragnarok. He just sometimes does this. Yeah. Shin Bum Boom Boom Bum. Shin Hyo Hi Bum. Shin Hi Bum. Okay, there we go. Not Byum. Gotcha. All right. Let's have a look. What do we have? Second CC, double barracks, into a third barracks. It's going to be hidden for this overlord. Ragnarok is scouting. Hasn't produced any creep tumors yet. As there is 8 links. Am I counting that correctly? Yes. On top of this ramp. Should be capable of stopping this. Not if they're out of position. And does these Reapers jump up? And that's actually quite frustrating, because 2-3 of these links will end up falling. Queen's not there at all. Good grenade. Ragnarok not paying attention at all. Second grenade also hits. Cure is continuing to deal damage again and again. His Reaper control is actually quite good. I keep forgetting about that. He doesn't strike me as a, you know, a top Reaper controller, but he really is. Thank you, Ed Rubin, for the $2 Renos. Much appreciate those. Stim has started. There is a combat shield here. Look at this. Ragnarok has scouted this at this point. And is now aware. How beautiful is that? How beautiful is that? Roach Warren as a response. Second and third gas. I'm honestly a little bit afraid for Cure at the moment. I don't think he's looking too good. Because he's going to push across the map, and technically Ragnarok should be capable of just holding fairly easily. Look at this Marines dancing around like an idiot. Can't even zoom in on him because he's off the map. Moron. Factory. Five more roaches. Kind of worried here. I'm worried for the wrong person. Like, how is Ragnarok the one that I'm worried about? He has 10 roaches. There's going to be stim in combat. There's 3 Reapers with this as well. There's like no queens. I don't understand why this is the way it is. Let's see what Cure thinks of this situation. Okay, he's just gonna head back home. Okay, I was afraid there, but I guess there was no reason for me to be. 7 more roaches on the way. There's no tank out yet. Now I'm actually becoming afraid for Cure. Doesn't have a tank out. It's gonna get caught perhaps by these speedy little roaches. Now, doesn't quite want to change, as these Reapers are heading in towards a main base, or at least trying to head in towards a main base. Can Ragnarok get this? He's building 8 drones behind this. It's gonna get a kill on at least 2 of them. Well, it's gonna get a kill on all 3 of them. Bunker now going up. I think that Ragnarok might accidentally be winning this game. It's hard to say though. There's a lot of Marines out. Big stim forward. Maybe the roach count isn't quite as high as both Ragnarok and I believed. There are 61 workers behind this. The bunker gets sold. The first tank is out. There is a third CC with orbital as well done. And the upgrade... Wait, did he just... Okay, he finished the carapace. Doesn't have +1 range quite yet. Now, I might be seeing this wrong. This has been a game of back and forth. Power spike versus power spike. And now it's going to be the turn for Cure. I could be wrong about this, but if Cure manages to move across the map at some point in the future, I don't quite see how Ragnarok is planning on holding, well, really anything. There's a crap ton of units. There's very solid production. I think we're up to 5 barracks already. There's 2 tanks out as well. So a 1-1 timing attack could actually be kind of scary. The beauty of playing against roach openers as well is that you don't have to worry about Ling run by. So you can actually, you know, kind of send everything across the map. Cure is going to send not everything across the map, but everything that can be picked up into medevacs across the map. So tanks will remain at home. There's an armory going up behind this. Nice. I'm loving this carapace upgrade on that second Evo chamber. Okay, I'm okay-ish with this position for Ragnarok. Ragnarok just needs to hold this properly, and then he can probably drone up to 75, 78, kind of take it from there. Maybe even go into melee upgrades, get Baneling, or could try and play Hydra Lurker behind this. Concussive Shell, now what is this? Halfway done. Doing the slow on the Marauders. Nidus network. Today's been a Nidusy day, but so far not a single Nidus network has worked. At least none of the games with a Nidus network in it has been won by the Zerg. Maybe sometimes the Nidus actually did kind of work, but didn't work well enough. Not for the W at least. Is there a dead... Oh, there's definitely some dead space here in the main base. That could be bad. That could be real bad. There's a lot of army here on the bottom side. Ragnarok way overstepping though. Really overstepping. Should not have been there whatsoever. Now it might be Cure who's busy overstepping. Would love to see some Medivacs being routed to that left side. This is just an all-in. Coming out of Ragnarok. Like a pure... This is the purest form of an all-in. Nidus needs to go down on the left side. If it goes up over here, that's an issue. More and more roaches are being taken out by these concussive shelled marauders. One Medivac is just kind of idling for now. Ragnarok producing pure units from 68 drones. Please build it over here, dude. It's going to be impossible otherwise to win the game. All right, right in vision of this refinery. As long as Cure doesn't fall asleep for the next 12 seconds, he should be fine. He is still sleeping. He is still sleeping. He is still sleeping. 14 seconds of him not looking on the minimap. Okay, now starts with the response, but it obviously is a bit too late. It's just 3 roaches. Ragnarok did not believe this was going to work. He didn't commit to it. He respected Cure a bit too much there. And that's actually going to bite him in the bum. Because if a lot of roaches would have been there, that would have been great. Now he's walking into a tank line, kills 2 tanks instantly. But there's still quite a few tanks left. 3 tanks remaining. More Ravagers moving in. That tank doesn't quite die on the bottom side. And I think Cure might have just put himself in a very winning position. 68 workers to 68. No creep whatsoever. This Marine Marauder force is now moving in. It's going to take out a couple of these drones as well. And I think this might be a difficult situation to come back from. Some poor strategic decisions coming out of Ragnarok. Of course, couldn't have helped all of them, but if the Nidus had been out of vision, or if he, well, honestly, the Nidus finished, so if he just had more roaches in there, maybe it's something. I feel like, yeah, it wasn't it. It's too many tanks. Like, the moment there's more than 3 tanks, these builds almost never work. It's been obvious for me for quite a while now that it almost never works. And now the counterattack is going to be real difficult to hold. There's no Baneling Nest, there is no metabolic boost either, so links are going to be completely useless. These Biles didn't hit a single tank, as there's still 4 tanks remaining, and vehicle weapons level 2 finish up to 2 is done as well. So a small upgrade lead here for Cure, and a big army quality lead for Cure, who's going to rampage through. Pick up game number 1 here on Grassland as Ragnarok, too low on drones for too long, no ability to reproduce, calls out GG. Cure takes map number 1. Very well done by Cure. It's cool to see. He still has it. Game was over once that initial roach attack was wiped. I don't necessarily think that's true. I actually think there was an opportunity for Ragnarok to go into a Ravager-ling Bane style of a higher drone count. Like, after he stopped the first push that came out of Cure, it was like, okay, I have enough units for that. I think he could have drawn up 78, 79, gone into either Hive, maybe Hydra Lurker, and then Viper, or he could have just gone into kind of Ravager-ling Bane, and then eventually maybe Vipers, and then some more late-game units. But that didn't happen, and yeah, well, we witnessed what happened as a result. Roaches are garbage. Well, I mean, roaches are garbage in certain situations, right? Roaches are really bad against tanks. Like, that's pretty much the hard counter to the roach. They're also really bad against higher numbers of marauders. Roaches have a relatively thin timing window, and after that they fall off. But this is like me massing stalkers and attacking into 7 tanks. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna lose the game because tanks destroy stalkers. Doesn't mean that the stalker is bad. It just means that I used the stalker incorrectly in that army. It might just be me, but I believe Ragnarok could have won that if he just didn't move his units on melee range before attacking while receiving lead from all sides. So the reason why roaches are forced into moving in very quickly is because they have very short regular range. They only have 3 range. 4 range? 3 range. Whenever I say these things... Okay, it's 4 range. I'm like, 3 range doesn't sound right. I become like afraid. I'm like, man, I'm an idiot playing this game for so long. I know what it looks like, the range, but I don't know what the actual range is. 4 range. Roaches have 4 range. And in order to get in range of the units they want to attack, you have to move forward. Otherwise, the backline is just going to be bumping into it. So it looks bad because you're missing a little bit of DPS at the start, but it maximizes the damage output your army gets throughout. So it looks bad, but I don't think Ragnarok would have been capable of winning the game if he wouldn't have done that. It probably would have looked even worse. Like it's a good move. Generally accepted to be a good move, at least. And I think it's a good move as well. The theory behind it makes sense, and I see the difference when it happens and when it doesn't happen. I do remember when roaches were one supply. I think they also had an extra armor, no? If I'm not mistaken. Roaches were proper broken. You could legit get 108 roaches. Or 180 roaches or so. Like 20 drones, 180 roaches. Like 140 roaches. That was proper booster. I don't recall them having 5 range, but I'll believe you. I will believe you, my friend. Okay, let me just take a sip here. It's going to be a 2 Rex opener once more. Never change a winning team, as they say. Isn't securing the natural first as Terran, leaving him a bit too vulnerable to early circling attacks? Oh, it's actually the opposite. They do this because it makes them much safer against a Zergling attack. So the only Zergling attack that could hit before a full wall is there would be a 12 pool. But a 12 pool is a default loss against a 2 Rex Reaper. Because Reapers come out 2 at a time. It would hit about 5 seconds ago. So even if you lose 1 depot, eventually you're just gonna get enough Reapers to deal with it, and then you can counterattack. Your opponent doesn't have gas, they're in trouble. Any other early pool, you just have a depot. I think usually they either put the 2nd or the 3rd depot in the wall, and then they can't be run by it either. So actually it makes them safe, and it allows all of their Reapers to go on the map rather than being forced to stay at home with the Reapers because they're afraid of run by. So this is one of the reasons why this build is so powerful, is because of that wall, the ability to keep invaders out, basically. So now we're gonna get a reactor and the wall is finished. Speed usually doesn't finish until, well, if it's very fast, maybe 320, 330. By the time the reactor will be done, there will be Marines placed behind as well. So yeah, this is a very safe way of playing. Extremely safe. That's why Terrans also never scout when they play this build. You see, there's no scout that went into the main base. SCV didn't, ever go across the map. As these Reapers are now attacking Ragnarok's hatchery. Oh, it's going to be a 4 Rex, isn't it? Yeah, 4 Rex follow-up. So very committed push here coming in. That's interesting. Very committed push. Ragnarok really needs to find this. He needs to get the info. The Reapers are going back home. There is Stim. There's going to be a combat shield as well on the way. Clickbaited me with a picture of Serral. Ah, right. The thumbnail was just for the first series. That's my bad. I should have had a separate thumbnail for each series ready. Or I should have just had one general thumbnail. Kind of forgot about that. Yeah, that's stupid. My apologies for that, buddy. I'll see if I have something laying around that I can throw on it real fast afterwards. So we have massive marine production. Combat shield on the way. Oh, actually, that's a lie. Oh, he accidentally built a tech lab. Oh, no. He messed up his build order. This was supposed to be a reactor way quicker. Oh, no. What a mistake. That's why his combat shield is so delayed. I was like, man, this makes no sense. And it doesn't. What a blunder here. It's gonna have to wait a little bit. It's going to be a Baneling bust though out of Ragnarok, or at least he's setting up for a Baneling defense. He's gonna build Banelings. Okay, that's all I know. Maybe not quite a Baneling, but there's a lot of links though. 26 links on the way, really? 32 links. Are you gonna send it or are you gonna play defensively? Okay, builds a lair. Okay, sees a move out. Shoot more of a couple of Banes. Gets 4. This looks good. There's 8 queens total with 1 more on the way. This base has already been damaged. Now this is coming in. Like, Ragnarok really needs to kill this. He's gonna... Maybe he's gonna flank here with the links. Now, it's not a great engagement so far. Okay, micro. Not brilliant out of Cure either. I feel like Byun would have sniped the 4 Banelings and won the fight, to be quite honest. Kind of disappointed by how Cure played this out. Oh, he's gonna chill here on the top of this ramp. Oh my god, look at this. Oh, that was such a sick move. Well, if it had worked, it would have been a sick move. Look at the flank, though. Here he comes. Oh, Banelings running in. That is pretty much game. This is a very dedicated attack. Cure, however, has come back from a bigger deficit. That was a beautiful move. Holy crap. That actually was real nice. Ragnarok with some tight plays there. Just destroying that move out. That was very, very juicy. 1-1 now on the way, but... Like, worker count is still relatively close, and there is still 20 Marines. Problem is just that tech is so delayed. There's no tank out either. Like... I don't know. I feel like perhaps Ragnarok is focusing a bit too much still in units, rather than adding some drones. His fort base is also fairly late. It's only on 3 gas. It's like, I almost feel like Ragnarok here is planning on killing his opponent. That would be a way to perhaps lose this game. Like, if Cure manages to hold and Ragnarok isn't on a very high worker count, the medevacs are out. This is not the greatest fight though for Cure, okay? He's gonna micro away, picks up 8 Marines at least. Honestly, as far as holds go, that's 1. Should have probably just waited for Baneling speed to finish, or just droned up the fort base. Maybe got enough 5th at the same time as well. Because now we're in a situation where Cure actually is pretty even in supply. He's up in upgrades, even in supply. There's a tank defensively. I don't actually like Ragnarok's position that much anymore. He just threw it. It's the perfect early game, then throws it out of the window with the worst counterattack that I've seen in my life. Not entirely brilliant. Not entirely brilliant at all. Oh, come on. Shoot stuff. No, it's not going to get to shoot stuff at all. One more Marine does get saved. I hope Ragnarok doesn't go for another attack. That didn't go so hot last time, and it's not going to go so hot this time either if he tries. Infestation Pit. Ooh. No Hydra then, though, so unlikely to be lurkers. It might be Ultras. It's one of those units we don't see enough. Let me tell you. Drilling Claws already coming in. I'm kind of afraid for Ragnarok here, honestly. I'm kind of afraid for Ragnarok. Infestation Pit finishes up. We'll see a Hive. Insta. Not yet. Not quite yet. Queens here on the right side are not in high enough numbers to hold this by themselves, as clears a couple of these Marines, but also not everything. 3 more Overseers coming in. Here comes the move forward. Here comes the move. Here comes the move. Good dodges. The mine was getting ready to get the hit of a lifetime. And busted at the wrong time. still not really liking this for Ragnarok, honestly, lads. Lads and female lads. Fifth base, oh sorry, sixth base gonna get taken out. Hive now finally starts. Is that a fourth base that just finished? Okay. Like Cure's eco is really quite garbage. But at the same time, with 2-2, there's going to... there's too much creep maybe. So if Cure can deny these creep tumors in the next 15 seconds, that would be nice. If he can't, that would be less nice. He has 3 groups on the map. There's one on the bottom side, one here in the middle, and one on top. Let's see if Cure's fast enough for this, because this requires some quick thinking. Burrowing mines absolutely everywhere, so that's cool. Shoot, 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 shoot! Nope, not quite getting it. Gonna take out a bunch of these creep tumors as the drop heads towards the top side. 2-2 getting closer and closer to finishing up. Needs to lift. It's gonna lift in time. Still has this army as well. Ragnarok completely out of position. Double medevacs still at the bottom. Just patrolling for now. Just patrolling. Bunch of creep tumors being thrown down. It's not gonna use 2-2. Very sad. Had a bit of a timing there. Cleared a lot of creep as well. It's now going to add some more units, a couple of mines specifically towards that bottom army. I think these medevacs should probably just drop on the right side for now. See if they can do something there. Do we have a Ghost Academy yet? No Ghost Academy yet. Ooh, this looks like pain. For the Zerg, lol. Oh. 3 mines will get taken out. As here comes a move in forward. There's a bunch of mines there. Poor pickup, but good mine hits. I think he's going to be okay with that. We still have nothing. Okay, we have a Hydra then. No, nothing else. No Vipers, no nada. This is a 5th base. It's going to finish up because these Banelings got blasted by a tank. What's the kill count on that tank? It's 11. Most of those are going to be Banelings, I think. There's a couple of juicy shots there. 2 big juicy shots. All you really need usually. Gonna see a pickup. Now fly perhaps towards the main with absolutely everything, which would be very funny. Here we go. Here we don't go. +3 is on the way. We have this factory with a reactor not doing much of anything. I also feel like Cure is being a bit too passive and a bit too slow in his rotations. Gonna drop in here. Does get everything in. That is kind of scary here if you're a Zerg player. Lings do get the surround, but it took a while. Look at all these Lings just walking into their death right now. Banelings will be required. Good pickup. Oh, get this. Ups the spore right as this gets cleaned up. At the same time, topside does kind of get cleaned up, but Cure definitely getting the better end of these trades so far. Despite the absolute garbage early stages, Cure now is in a very comfortable position with the 5th base going up. He has these drops on the map that are just dealing damage and keeping his opponent very busy. Mine count is too low. In general, the splash count, I think, is too low. It's just pure bio, nothing else. Could actually drop into this, no? Once you get 3-3. I think you can. It's just pure Ling. There's no Banes here. Now that this base is under siege, you probably should know that there's a weak spot somewhere, Cure. Where do you believe it is? Marauders gonna tank a couple of these Link shots. Banelings do ignore them as they're gonna run in towards the planetary. Big planetary shot. That's 2. That's 3. Make that 5, 6. Planetary, can you repair it? No. Just barely too slow. This is a pure marine army. It's so scary to control this. At the same time, this army is moving towards this base. So you have a rotation there. Army supply is favorable for Cure. Upgrades are favorable for Cure. But his army quality is terrible. It's just pure marine. Now, pure marine is, don't get me wrong, it's pretty nice, but you also need some type of splash usually. Whether that's going to be mines or tanks, I don't care, but you need something. You can't just pretend that pure marine is going to do everything, can you? Well, maybe you can. 56 marines is pretty big. Planetary on the way somewhere. Is that here? No, that's an orbital. Wait. Ah, right. It's being rebuilt on the fort. Wouldn't mind some more workers as well coming out of Cure. It's going to start moving towards the left side. Baneling count is fairly high there. There's one more queen's going to get taken out. Brings the total amount of queens to 5. Ooh. That's kind of scary. That was a scary fight. That's a real scary fight. For both players. It's so thin. Like, if a mine hits slightly bigger, or if you have like 10 more marines there, maybe the banelings will never reach and you could just stand and shoot. Wasn't quite the case. Ragnarok is going to hold. Yeah, I still feel like Cure is just kind of throwing away a good thing that he had going on. I don't understand why. Like, he's just lacking AoE altogether, and now there's quite a few mines, but I don't understand why that couldn't have been done before. This is a big attack. At the same time, we have an attack over here. Has Stim even been used? No. You're not really paying attention. This is an issue. This is a massive issue. 144 to supply to 176. As Ragnarok is marching into his opponent's third base. Ready to get in towards the natural as well. 66 more links on the way. GG gets called. As Cure gives up. I mean, he was dead at the end there, but I feel like he kind of wasted a good opportunity. A chance of doing better. But what is the question, Eugene? How did herO versus MaxPax go? MaxPax won. 3-1. Mines versus Banes. Okay, well, that's not a question. Is it good if he goes Blue Flame Hellbats here? No. You prefer Mines. Banes nerfed? Yeah, that's true. Mines considered different? Because it's a different unit. Okay, personally, I think that the health nerf on the Banelings is a bit much. I think the only thing that should be nerfed is the +2 melee thing. I don't think +2 melee Banes should one-shot drones or probes. I don't think that's cool. I think the health nerf is too much. I don't quite understand why why people are keen on that one. But yeah, this is current patch or old patch or whatever you call it. Just the balance that we know. Well, like I said, the reason why people ask why they don't nerf mines or why mines aren't being nerfed is because it is really difficult to nerf the mine as an overall unit because it is so impactful in very many situations, right? The mine has an impact on literally every part of the game in TVP and on a lot of parts in the game in TVZ as well. So the moment you touch that, it becomes very complex. I think the same thing is now done with the Baneling removing the health buff, so the -5 health. I think that is also a mistake. I also think that nerf is too big. I think the +2 melee damage change is different because that impacts a very specific situation. I guess specifically when Banelings start hitting workers, they are less effective if they have +2 attack. I think that is a very good change because it's very specific. I like very specific changes most of the time. I think the buff or the nerf on the Banelings, I don't understand. Well, I understand why it's there, but I don't think this makes a whole lot of sense to me. I think the nerf on +2 is already important enough. But enough about balance. Oh wait, you guys aren't seeing the game yet. No, you are. Of course you're seeing. I'm so good at this. It's unbelievable. Okay, is this pool first? No, this was 15 hatch, 15 pool most likely. The same build that we saw Serral play a lot. He's building 2 links with it though, so might try to run those around. Just go across the map with it. Command center now, not a double Rex opener. That's actually kind of interesting. This also was a no scout, I think, so that's pretty cool. I like this. Okay, wait. I'm gonna get a quick snack as well. Well, this early game kicks off. It's going to be a triple CC opener out of cure. So most likely nothing is going to happen again, okay? If something big happens, I'm sorry. What about that, huh? Did anything interesting happen? Was it a triple CC, like I said? Yeah, of course it was. God. I love it when I'm correct about things. Cyclone drop. This is one of these build orders that sounds good in theory, but never works out. At least in my experience. There's no speed. Oh, it's 2 base Muta coming out of Ragnarok, so that means he's going to lose this Overlord. Could actually end up losing a Queen as well if he ain't careful. Let's see. Oh, 2 Lynx died and the Reaper died, as well as an SCV. God. This was a banger of an early game that I missed here. Hate to see it. Can't believe I was downstairs for that. And that's awful.
Add-on complete.
All right. Kind of a big move there, taking out that thing. Boost is empty now, so that means this drop is going to get cleared. At the same time, though, 52 workers to 57. 1-1 already on the way. I have to wait and see what's going to happen here. What were you eating? I was eating a cucumber. There was literally nothing. I was hoping I could find something to snack on in my fridge, but it was freaking empty. Then I looked around and I realized I still had 2 entire cucumbers. So I ate 3/4 of one just now. I'm gonna eat the rest of it later. Like, I'll need to cook something in order to eat, apparently. No snacks just laying around. No processed foods for some reason. Disgusting. I wonder if I had like a cookie or something, or a muffin. God, I love muffins. I think people sleep on the muffin. Blueberry muffins are freaking high tier. Holy crap. This fight so far has also been relatively high tier. Why were these drones across the map? That sounds like a terrible strategy. Why would he do that? Sometimes when I lose a game to a drop, people ask me why I wouldn't just have units in position. Oh no. If only I would have thought of that. Having units in position versus the drop. What an idiot I am. God. Banana nut muffins are S tier. Taking you out of this chat so you can't have your garbage food takes anymore is S tier. What is this? Dude, I have a blueberry muffin and I think there's like little chips of some weird... There's something else in it. I sometimes buy them at the store. They're freaking delicious. They're so soft and you can just feel that there was too much butter in there, basically. Yeah, it's so good. I love them. Anyway, CVT Muta versus whatever the heck this is. Just a standard setup. He's building tanks, actually, which is kind of odd. Now, this looks really good for Ragnarok because he's up in supply. He has 83 workers. And life in general looks fine. The thing about the Muta list, though, is that it is a unit of momentum. It is a unit that also requires you to do something. You can't just sit back and do nothing, wait for your opponent to get 2-2 and then push you. In that case, things usually turn pretty poor for you. See the factory get returned back to a reactor now. As 1-2 tanks get taken out. It's actually nice movement here on those Mutas. Now we're seeing some real damage being dealt. Also 1k minerals in the bank. As this tech lab is gonna get destroyed. That is big. Okay, I thought it wasn't gonna be brilliant for Ragnarok, but now it feels really good. Taking out an SCV. It's gonna take out an... Holy crap, he's diving deep. Yeah, lost 11 Mutas so far. Should probably consider setting up maybe some Ling Bane attacks as well. Because he has a lot of eco, probably wants to start trading at some point. Doesn't have any creep though. Look at this. Look how bad his creep is. Holy crap, he has no creep. Holy crap, he has no creep. It actually looks freaking awful. That looks freaking awful. We have 3 more barracks on the way. It's 13 Mutas total. I actually think that if Cure gets to max out... and he scans half a time, sneezes in the direction of his opponent, Ragnarok could be in a little bit of trouble. There's Thors out, there's a high marine count, superior upgrades once more for Cure. These Thors are going to be huge. The Baling count is tiny right now. It needs to become much, much bigger, go up to 45 or 50. Ragnarok is going to try and trade out. Let's take a look at these mine hits. Well, they're never going to connect, but this was a good fight for Cure. I think he lost no units and killed about 30 supply. Big creep scan forward. Fort base now being set up. This is sad because he... Well, actually, I was going to say he might lose his fort base, but this is not 35 Mutas. This is like 8 Mutas. It's 9 Mutas. Disgusting how little Mutas there are. These mines are trying to set up underneath them. It's not quite going to work out. 3-3 has started. There's a lurker then on the way. Look at the creep. And there's none. So it's difficult to look at. Disgusting. I think Cure might just move across the map and win the game. If he were to move across the map. If his plan is to... Wait. Is Ragnarok gonna attack here? And the Muta dream is dead. Okay, he's lost like 18 Mutas at this point. 19 to be exact. So the only dream that is still alive is what we call the Baneling dream. There are a lot of Banelings. So that's a nice dream to have. The creep dream has also died. Because there's no creep. The having better upgrades dream is also dead. There's just a lot of things right now that are dead for our good friend Ragnarok. More CCs are being added in. High momentum is dead. Why is he getting vehicle plating? This is also deranged behavior by all Terran players. But we'll get into a little bit. As the Mutas are now attacking. Banelings running in. Trying to get a couple of kills. Marine Marauder here moving in forward. Cure has lost 1 supply during that fight. So probably literally a single SCV. 3-3 is getting closer to finishing. I'd love to see Burrow in this comp. I think it would be wise. Okay, this counter attack is big. This is nice. Because this could actually get a base. Mine is going to connect. So this command center is gone, so. right-click onto it accidentally. This planetary is also gonzo. At the same time, that means that this attack becomes a little more all-in, and in a way that is scary. 3-3 is about to finish up. We have 10 medevacs, there's 4 mines, there's 72 marines, and there's no creep. Look at +3 infantry weapons. Look at what it's about to do. Look at what it's about to do. There's not enough marauders to tank in front, but this fight is going to be off creep. So it might just be okay anyway. It might just be okay anyway. 69. Nice. Marines. These stores are a bit too far forward. They're gonna have to be picked up a little bit too slow. Not enough mines, not enough marauders. This marine force is gonna get pushed back. Once again, second game in a row in which it feels like there's just simply too many marines in the composition. There's no real splash of any significance behind this that can help out. And banelings are just rolling through. It's like, yeah, if there's 80 banelings and you have pure marine, that's not going to be good for the marines. Cure is actually going to get taken out here by Ragnarok once more in very similar fashion to that last game. Yes, it was a very different type of opener, but Cure made the same mistake. And that means that Ragnarok now on match point, getting ready to move into the winner bracket semi-final, I think it's called. This is why they nerfed Baneling health. Well, this is probably one of the reasons. I still don't think it's a good reason, just because Cure decided that splash damage is for losers. It's like, if I'm messing 50 zealots and I'm fighting against 40 Banelings, I'm expecting to lose that fight. That is how unit counters work. I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing. $65 Banes to 71 Marines. Amazing. Your AoE options are superior. I mean, I agree that Storm is very good against Banelings. But, like, are we forgetting about the mine and the tank here? Or just pretending these units don't exist? Are we pretending that when we watched Serral versus Clem, that these units didn't do a very good job? And even just having Marauders in the comp to tank for Banelings would be hugely beneficial as well. Like, there's like 17 things that could have happened here, and yet they didn't. It's like, you can't actually get upset at losing versus Zerg if you mass Marine and the Zerg has 70 Banelings. Like, if there's any interaction that should be favored for the Zerg, it's going to be that interaction of pure Marine versus pure Baneling. If that is not going to go in the direction of the Zerg, then I don't know. At 6 to 7 tanks to Cure's army, and the result would have been largely different. I think mines actually would have probably been better. Like, the more Banes there are, the better the mines probably become. I think Ghosts will do better even with the nerf, just because Banelings are even less of a thing. Yeah, I mean, you might not be incorrect here. I think the Baneling nerf is too much. I think the +5 on the Banelings is too much. After testing it extensively, I don't think that's correct. I think there are some very good changes in the patch. But I also think there are some that I don't like as much. And I have full faith in that is going to be changed at some point. Hey Kevin, do you still ride bikes? What do you mean? Yeah, of course I ride bikes. I ride a bike every day, mate. To get to places. I don't have a driver's license. And I don't have a car. I mean, why would I get a car if I had no driver's license? That makes no sense. So when I go to the shop, I go by bike. When I go to the gym, I go by bike. When I go to the train station, I go by bike. Like, everything is very close to me, so. And my bike is freaking fast as well. Don't underestimate that. Is it for environmental reasons? No, I just like biking, and it's often faster to go by bike than by car. Or very similar timing. Car is a hassle because you need to park it. I also don't have a license. Bike is much cheaper. Like what you pay on a monthly basis just for insurance. You could get a new bike for that every single month. Poof! My bike was 200 euros, 220 actually. And they home delivered it as well. They pumped the tires. No, I think I had to do that still. But everything else is true. You casting tomorrow as well? Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow. Don't worry about it. How many gears does your bicycle have? I have no gears on my bicycle. What? People that have bicycles with gears are tryhards. There's something wrong with them. Look, I don't like the cyclist, yeah? I like riding a bike, but I'm not a cyclist. Like the people that do the cycling in the, you know, with the helmet on. The moment you wear a helmet, you know something is off already. Riding bikes should be dangerous. That's the entire point of it. Your mountain bike cost 8k? Yeah, probably has more than one gear then. And thus you've been disqualified. If you can't even go up a mountain with a cheap bike, you're not good at biking, you just bought a good bike. You know what I'm saying? Like if you need an 8k bike, then you're probably the problem. If you appreciate your brain, you should use a helmet. Yeah, that's what they all say. Just get better at cycling, mate. It's not that hard. Just don't crash all the time. A helmet limits my my point of view. They sell bikes without gears? Wait, they sell bikes with gears? Why'd you buy a bike with gears? That makes no sense. Just work harder. It's really not that hard, mate. Some brains are not to be saved, exactly. Alright. Let's have a look what's going on in this game. What is going on in this game? We have a CC. No low ground Reaper Reno stuff. Ooh! Factory. Pretty standard. No second gas yet, smelling like a triple CC. I'm kind of hoping that Ragnarok here is going to play something similar once more. I love these little 2-base builds. I like the Spire stuff. I hope Cure's going to step up though. Dude, you can't cycle up a mountain on a fixed gear bike. Maybe you can. Just work harder. This is why no one's interested in the Tour de France. If their equipment was worse, people would find it way cooler. Let me tell you that. Bikes with gears. Just the concept by itself already. $200 bike is a POS. Okay, I'm gonna show you. My bike is high. What are you on about? My bike is high tier, mate. It goes fast like a... Like, I'm really fast, yeah? I beat everyone on the road. I don't think you understand how quick I am on my bike. Sometimes they try to take pictures of me, and it's just a blur. I can't believe you guys are jealous, because I got a cheap bike that is also good. And I'm faster. Despite having only a single gear. Do you have thin tires? Yeah, I have very thin tires. You go quicker then. I do pump my tires every week as well. To like 5 bar or something. I invested in a pump that has like the bar meters. It cost me like $10 or so. So I pump them up real hard. And then I terrorize the streets with my bike. God, they hate to see me coming around. I pass you when I'm snoozing on my bike. Okay. You think I'm joking, but I go freaking fast, man. You have these cycling clubs that come past my house fairly often, and sometimes when I'm feeling it, I take them over real easy. Boom! Just zoom past them without any issues. At that point, my bike does become a little bit unsteady. But I reach good top speeds. I destroy these guys on the short distance at least. I mean, I'm not gonna bike for a long time. That's also because I'm very fast. And I use it as a transportation device. I'm not gonna go out for a bike ride. That's also off to do. Hey, I'm goal-oriented. Just like Cure here, he's also goal-oriented. And he's killing his opponent. That's his goal. My area is entirely flat. All of the Netherlands is flat. Like, there's no hills. None. We have one hill. It's to the east. There's a single one. Alright. It's going to be a Banshee out right now. This is a build that we've seen so much today. The weird 2-base Roachal in. Yet it never seems to work. Can someone tell the Zerg players that maybe it's time to stop playing this build? Serral played it twice. Both times he ended up in a crap position. Now Ragnarok is playing it. Crap position. Dark did some crappy Roachalins. Do Zergs not look at win rates or something? Holy crap. Why do they keep playing garbage builds? The only thing that's missing is a Nidus network now. To have another loss for the Nidus. It's so insane to me. The Cure is so far ahead by literally doing nothing. Congratulations. The opponent built roaches. They never work. It's insane. Two Evo chambers. One Ravager. So now he's going to transition while being down 5 workers. Every game that this guy built Banelings, he won. Every time he built Roaches, he's lost so far. What was the decision? Yeah, let's try Roaches again. He's down 12 workers. He's gonna be down in upgrades. Down in tech. Down in this Cyclone Marine thing. I'm not even sure what this is, but it's still dealing damage and it's pissing me off. We now have a Baneling Nest and Infestation Pit, because he realized that the Baneling is actually a good unit. He's also flowing 600 gas because he took this rich Vespine geyser and he's been mining too much gas in general. This entire situation is pissing me off massively. Are there any intelligent Zerg players in the chat? Of course there's not. That doesn't exist. I had a question. Hive on the way right now. It's the worst part is that the game isn't even over yet. Like, if Cure decides to once again play pure Marine till the end of time and then Baneling show up, he could be in trouble. He does have a massive timing at some point. He forgot his armory, which sucks, because that means that his upgrade lead that he had built up is now pretty much gone. Still hasn't started his extra upgrades. This is really late. I'm not happy with how Cure is playing either. He does have 4 tanks this time, so that's more than he built in the entirety of the last game, it felt like. 4 CC now being built in position. I feel like there's a timing here that Cure is so far not hitting. And also a little bit laggy, by the way, but that's just the way it sometimes is on the Korean server. I currently have 330 ping, so yikes. It is what it is. Well, these games are live, of course, so it's gonna happen. Yeah. No, it is a bit laggy. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can't help it, Chief. 3 Vipers are now on the way. We have Adrenal Glands as well coming in. As the Centrifugal Hooks is about to finish up. And now we're gonna see some Banelings in production. That could be an issue. Spire? Maybe he wants that transition right away into the Broodlords? This is a good setup. Well, it would have been better had these tanks been sieged up, but still kind of okay. Here comes a big stim forward. 2-2 upgrades, not done yet, also not very necessary. There's too many tanks, there's not enough Banes. 3 Vipers are out, they have energy as well, so that means 3 Blinding Clouds. There's 4 tanks, so if you do the math correctly, that means there's only going to be 1 tank left over. That's pretty high tier. 4 CC is now up, should turn into an orbital command as well. Probably want to engage this from multiple sides. Here come the Vipers. Will hit 3 of their Blinding Clouds. Cure gets an okay trade here. Not as great perhaps as I thought it would be, but maybe still enough. We'll need to evacuate for now. Lost all of his tanks. Cleared a lot of creep. Vipers stayed alive. Oh, I thought they died, but if 2 Vipers stay alive, maybe? We now have a Hydra then. I guess the problem really is that it's 4 base versus 4 base. It's going to be a planetary rather than an orbital. I don't like this. Oh, it's gonna maybe try and snipe this. No, he can't. Oh, with a Cyclone. There was an attempt. There definitely was an attempt. There's almost no creep left on this left side of the map. Ghost Academy now on the way. Should be a good engagement. We still have this drop. I'm not sure what it's doing. I would love to see a couple of extra command centers. Couple of extra command centers. High worker count this time. 5 tanks are out. And there's only 45 Marines. So this army comp is looking a little bit more balanced. Wait, this is still the Cyclone from earlier, isn't it? I can't believe the Cyclone is still alive. Look at this slow push forward. The creep. Ta-da. Vikings in the air dealing with the Vipers. Means that they might not be capable of getting the Blinding Cloud. 1 Blinding Cloud goes down, but that means there's still 4 tanks firing at all times. This was a good fight for Cure. The tail end of that is fine as well. I have a feeling that Ragnarok is in the process of dying. And I have a feeling that means we're going into game number 5. This army is going to meet up with the rest of the crew. They're going to be having a grand time over here. What is this? Oh, sensor tower and a 5th base. Do like that. Oh! If this base dies, the game usually ends. This is bad micro. There's not enough tanks with this push. Needs to get more of them tanks. I'm telling you, the tanks are the future, my friends. What a surprise. Man makes AoE and wins game. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Snipe. Snipe, snipe. Couple of ghosts in there as well. This is going to be the final stand that Ragnarok will make, but he can't clean this army up. I don't think it is possible. Blinding Cloud there hits bio rather than a tank. Tanks in the back dealing a lot of... Well, actually... No, this is still over. That was a good attempt, though. It was a good attempt. But well, actually... That was a pretty good attempt. You know what? That was a fight that went way better than I thought it would. Like, way better. I really thought the game would end here. Wow. Here I am with my preconceived notions on how fights are supposed to look like. Yeah, Ragnarok did a very good job. Now, I'm not saying he's winning. I'm just saying that he survived for 15 seconds longer than I thought he would. It's gonna come in once more. Cure moving back. Gets a couple of snipes. Hey, Ragnarok is actually playing this well. If he wouldn't have opened up with a roach opener that did nothing, life would have been fine. Oh, that's a nice... Oh my god, I'm lagging like mad now. I hope the players don't have this. The moment anyone says that I'm actually lagging, I'll leave instantly. Hey, you just cleaned this up. I didn't clean this up, but this almost looks promising. Like if you wouldn't have supply open, you might think it's scary. If you wouldn't have supply, I have the supply open, so I see everything. Liberators being taken out. GG. 2-2 is the score. We'll be heading into our final game of not just this series, but also the day. This is the final game of the day. And then it ends. Isn't that sad? When something good is going, don't you sometimes wish that that thing would last forever? Everything in this world is temporary. Even StarCraft 2. And especially this series between Ragnarok and Cure. What would have been a better opener? No, I mean, he just picked a different opener, but I have been capable of analyzing the openers of Zerg players, and every time they open with roaches, they fall massively behind. So I'm not going to criticize people's opener choice. It's not fair. The matter of fact is that he was behind after the opener, because there's a reason why Ragnarok thinks that it works. So I could disagree with that reason, but Ragnarok is a much better Zerg than I am. So me saying, oh, what a stupid opener, it makes no sense. Like, an opener can be inefficient, but the idea of roaches in general, I don't think is stupid, because almost all high-level players play it. There's something that I'm missing. I don't know what it is I'm missing, but obviously Ragnarok is a much superior Zerg brain than I am. So I personally would prefer if he just opened Ling Bane, because so far he's opened roaches twice and lost. He's opened Ling Bane twice and won. So, you know, the math in my head is easy. But there is a reason why he plays like this. I don't know the reason, but saying that a build order is necessarily worse, sometimes it is true, but I like there is a reason that I don't get why Ragnarok is playing like this. And same with Serral. Serral is playing like this as well, don't forget. Like if two very high level Zergs think that this is a proper way to play, then like it probably is, and we're just missing the good part today, you know? Maybe the builds aren't working out. It might have something to do with the fact that they always open up with 15 hatch as well. Both Serral and Ragnarok have been opening up with 15 hatch majority of the time. And maybe that makes this build much better, or maybe other builds are significantly worse. So yeah, that's why. I don't know. It's hard for me to say. I heard Ragnarok has a superior bike as well. Unironically, a lot of the Koreans have very expensive bikes. So, well, what I find very expensive is anything above 500 euros. I find it very expensive for a bike. And they all bike a bit as well. They use it for transportation too. Like quite a bit. When I was in Korea, when I lived in the Spenu house, they all had bikes. And I got to borrow Linok's bike because he preferred walking or taking the car. And I would drive his bike. He had a nice bike though. Like multiple gears. I think they had like 21 gears or so. It's like crazy. Like these things, they rode themselves basically. Like if your bike is too good, you're not doing any of the work anymore. Like it's just driving by itself. It might as well be a... Oh my god, what is he doing? Oh, Ragnarok. You sneaky prick. Just get an electric bike? No, I don't want an electric bike. That's lame. You want to feel that you're putting in effort. You gotta sweat a little bit. This is a... You think this is gonna be the roach rush from the gold? This is what Elaser did against Clem at... What tournament was it? Was it Home Story Cup? I think it was Home Story Cup. So you roach rush from here, and then you set up the defense with roach. It's actually not so bad. That is a roach build that I didn't mind. I think, yeah, I think that's what Elaser did. I actually do believe so. So I'd assume there's going to be a Roach Warren at some point as well. Wait, did he lose an Overlord? Oh, he did. It's kind of painful. Oh, but he used the barracks for that. Sorry, I've been missing stuff. Okay, this is going back home. Wait, straight lair? That's fake. It's a fake lair. It's a fake lair. It's a fake lair. This is fake. This ain't real. Don't believe his lies. Kill it, kill it. It's real big that it gets killed. Cancel and Roach. Cancel, it's fake. Don't buy this. Okay, it's real. I thought that was kind of... I was kind of hoping it was fake. Sometimes you just see what you want to see in life, you know? But I guess today it didn't quite work out like that. That's sad. So maybe he's gonna go for the same Roach opener, but then because he has a gold, he has much better eco. Is that the play here? And then a forward hatch. So he's pretending to go for the same Roach opener, and in reality he's just playing defensive StarCraft. He only has 2 cars, by the way, which is an incredibly low amount of cars. So this thing is gonna get killed. It's very important that the changeling dies as well. Yep. Good. Good target fire there. Very nice. Blind bunker being constructed. He's gonna get a tech lap on this, isn't he? I think this is a mind game. So he's gonna play a 1-1 Roach timing instead of just the other users Roach time. Look at this. Because this is going to scout the late third. This is actually really cool. I love this. Now, this is a Roach build I appreciate. I'm a Roach hater usually, but look at this. Because your scout's like, oh, this third base is so late. I'm being all in. I'm being super all in. And now he's even pretending to care about all of this. Now, if Cure is using his brain, he might end up scouting the gold. Cure always uses his brain. Oh, he saw it. But it doesn't really show on the minimap. You see how little it shows on the minimap? It shows a little bit on the minimap, but not a lot. I wonder if he sees it. Like, it's not so clear on the minimap. It really isn't, because it's right on the edge of where the Fog of War turns into non-Fog of War. So it's possible that he's missing it. Would I see it? I don't think I would, actually. Let me check. So I'm clicking the buttons very fast. No, it looks like it's just part of the map. I don't think he's seeing it. Infestation pit now on the way. We have a baneling nest as well as a follow-up. Cure's just playing defensive because he believes he's going to be up like 40 workers. In reality, this is the 5th base already. Here goes the car. Still doesn't see it. Or has he? Or has he? Oh.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Add-on complete.
No, okay, he has. No, he has. He has seen it. This is already being mined out, though, you know? That's an issue. Tanks can move over to this high ground. It's hard to hold. But at the same time, there's already a base over here. So this gold has already paid off massively. Follow-up is going to be Ravager Bane. Creep spread for once, not looking terrible. So I enjoy that as well. It's going to go behind, which is the only correct call, of course. 1, 2. Quick response by El Ragnarogius. El Ragnarogius. He's getting a new 5th base. Doesn't feel so comfortable anymore with this bad boy. Roach is just gonna stay over here. So we have a minor push out with some marines towards the bottom right side. This base is actually very important. And it's going to get spotted that something's coming in. Tank count is at 4. These medevacs now moving in towards the main. This is hard to defend this base. I almost feel like it's too much of a liability that you should just kind of give it up. You've mined from it at this point, you know? You build the drones. Just go back to a regular setup now. Because you're spreading yourself thin in places where you don't want to be spread at all. Like, you don't want to be here with your army. You want to be defending your regular base, and you probably want to be thinking about a Ling, like a Ravager Ling Bane attack at some point in the future. This was nice control out of Cure. Is he going to need to pick up? No. He's just going to stand here and fight. Ragnarok is taking a lot of damage. Poor control there. Cure definitely could have killed those last 2 Banes. Continued the battle. Tank count going up to 7 with these next 2 on the way. 3 more barracks as well being thrown down here. I really wish that he gave up this base. Just piss off over here. He has Vipers on the way. Like, he's losing so much trying to hold a base that is non-viable to hold. It's so easy to get attached to something, but sometimes in life, you know, you just have to get your value out of it and then get rid of the thing. Trying to think of a good example with this. Like a backpack. Sometimes a backpack breaks. And it is tempting to pretend like the backpack still properly works. Nowadays you get tears in the material, you know, and it doesn't close, the zipper is broken. You could pretend it's still a working backpack and keep it around. But that ain't it. This is not the analogy I was looking for. Yeah, it's fine. This base is gone now, though, and I hope it stays this way. Two Vipers. It's gonna have a parasitic bomb ready, which is kind of big. It's the only real form of catch in dead space that Zerg has. Or they have to build Corruptors or Muta, which is never going to be great. I honestly like this position for Ragnarok, though. Like, he is now in a spot where he can do what he wants. You know, they run around with Banelings, have a good old time. That's pretty much it. $28 Banelings here, 15 more on the way. Blinding Clouds will be huge. This is terrible tank positioning. Holy crap. It's like I'm controlling these tanks. What is this? What? Was the goal here to get as many Blinding Clouded as possible at the same time? Because if it was the goal achieved. If the goal was to have a good fight, then I have some bad news for you here, Cure. You just lost 9 tanks for free. I feel like this fight would have been fairly easy to win had these tanks been even remotely spread out. He legit got 3-4 tanks with every single Blinding Cloud. That was not good. You have a triple drop heading towards the far left as well. I think Cure just needs to relax for a little bit. Set up these tanks defensively now, and then take it from there. This is going to be a big attack. This is a scary attack. It's not enough Banes though. 32. Got 1 Blinding Cloud. Is it enough Banes? I don't think it quite is. No, Ragnarok is going to get pushed back here. Doesn't have Adrenal quite yet either. Means that these links are a bit weaker. This is a good holdout of Cure. Hasn't lost any tanks. It's going to take out 1 more Ravagers. Melee attacks level 2 finishes up. I think a drop towards the far right might be worth it. It's going to push through the middle of the map right now. Without 3-3. I think Cure believes he's way further ahead than he really is. He's kind of playing like the game is over already. But if he keeps playing like these types of fights, then... Well, actually, this is a good fight. This was a really nice fight. Oh, that was a brilliant fight. I thought it was going to be much worse. I would have preferred if he had waited for 3-3, but Cure said no. 3-3, I don't need it. I can win with 2-2, and he's probably right. It's now going to move into an area without any creep. This was the correct call. He's a genius. If he spreads the tanks just a little bit, these Vipers are going to be useless as well, or only going to get 2 tanks max. Bottom side base is going to fall. This is an important base here for Ragnarok. If he loses this, he doesn't have a 5th base. 1 Viper is not quite going to make it. 1 single Blinding Cloud is not going to be enough, as 3-3 is going to finish at the end of this fight. And I think that is the point where Ragnarok taps out. GG gets called. as Cure wins the game and thus, my dear friends, wins the freaking series. Massive W there for Cure. He's going to continue on into the next round. That means that for tomorrow we're going to have Serral versus Lambo, Dark versus herO, herO versus Solar, and Maru versus Ragnarok. Not the greatest matches, but I think there's some bangers in there. The day after we'll have Clem versus Byun and MaxPax versus Cure, as well as one ZVZ between most likely herO, Serral, Dark, Lambo. Yeah, well, these two. herO Solar, well, we'll see what happens there as well. Could be herO Maru, which would be exciting. For now, though, I think this is going to be it for me today. But do not worry, because my new video has just gone online, my friends. It is an hour long and 15 minutes. It is worth every single second. A beautiful beating Grandmaster with stupid stuff. I'll be posting the link in here. Be sure to hit that like button immediately as you enter. I'll be back here tomorrow. Right on YouTube. Yeah. All right. I'll post a couple more times. Okay, comment, liking, subscribing. All of this needs to be done. I'm sorry for disappointing. And yeah, then I'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully. That's it, my friends. Thank you for watching. And bye-bye. For the algorithm, indeed. On your own LinkedIn chat. Yeah, thanks for that, Oyo. All right. Ciao, ciao. Adios.